Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Happy Friday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Excuse me, Sad Sun. Oh my God, it's Sad Sun, not Friday. Friday was last night. Happy Sad Sun, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Good. Ah, yes. Tonight we're gonna be doing more Overwatch 2, guys. We tweaked a little bit of our settings 2 days ago, and yesterday I was not streaming because I felt like shit, to be perfectly honest. And as mentioned, I had a rough couple days with snowfall, and then a bunch of other shit broke around me that I had to fix, and then I was under the weather too on top of it. As it goes, when you get highly stressed, it causes stress response in your body, and it becomes easier for you to get sick too when you're stressed. So, yeah, I'm feeling better today though, so we'll see how it goes. Good. We're gonna take a look at the Reddits and the tubes here before we get into our gamazing and see what's going on there. We are 2 days out from the launch of the X3D series, I believe. In 3 days. 2 days till benchmarks. See what's going on here tonight, guys, on the tubers. Hope you guys had a wonderful day off, though. It's pretty rare for me to take time off. When I do, usually I want to use it for something good. Nothing really there. I don't think we're going to take a look at that. Maybe we'll look at a travel geek here if we don't have. Even make these videos, I guess. I don't know why I'm asking it, because people watch them. 4.1 million views on that. What the fuck are they doing? Look, guys, I made this fictional well, not fictional, I made this theoretical device and put it into a video game, so we get to test the video game physics. Okay. Oh, the Shrooms video. We could watch the Shrooms video. Psychedelic mushrooms? Video game simulation? Nope. Told me how stupid he my pool with computers. You mean ASICs? Play on Bitcoin mining. I don't know why tech tubers don't cover Bitcoin more often. They're like one and the same. Weird. Uh-huh. Oh. Special. How cheap can we make something that's AliExpress? And sometimes it's so cheap it doesn't even do what it's supposed to at all. Wish B2 bomber. Yeah. A lot of their copycat designs are essentially that. It's not just poking fun. They they tried to copy the F-35, and it kind of came out as just like a fourth gen fighter that kind of looks like a F-35. Hmm. World's biggest 4-day work week trial ends in success. Curious. I've heard about testing to that. And they have in other parts of the world. Instead of 5 work days, there's only 4, which is eventually going to be a thing simply due to the fact there's not going to be enough work in the US. Regardless, hour sharing is going to become a thing. Essentially, you have to give up your time to someone else, even if you want to work more. Due to automation. Assuming people get paid enough to live. That's going to be a fun transition whenever that happens. I'm curious about this. I think we're going to take a look at psychedelic mushrooms, guys. Ben's Love Hotel with a private water slide. Oh my god. Scary as fuck, to be perfectly honest. Actually curious about that. We're not going to take a look at that. Nothing interesting there. What is the BBC saying, guys? Go. There it is.
Now, the world's biggest trial of a 4-day working week has ended in success with the performance of companies largely unharmed and workers feeling healthier and happier. 61 businesses across Britain took part in the study. Emma Simpson reports.
I believe it's a thing in Norway.
This is what a Friday
They've done
looks
for
like
years
at
at this point.
environmental consultancy firm Tyler Grange. All the staff are off. They get 100% of their pay, but do 80% of the hours. What started as a trial is now a permanent switch.
We've seen our happiness go up significantly, and we've seen our fatigue come down through the trial. So we can prove that our team are happier, less tired, and are making more money.
So productivity increases.
Zero admin, I like to call it. We're trying to get rid of as much of the admin as possible that you didn't need to do. Our board meetings, well, it used to be 2 hours long, they're now half an hour. If you give people this incredible incentive...
Depends on how much you cover in a board meeting.
A week, they're going to work really hard to become more productive.
Just ask Linda, the office manager.
A day off for me is to get to do the things that I want to do, like this, the litter picking, doing something back for my community near where I live. It gives me more time to reflect and be with nature.
Are you happier?
I am much happier.
Healthier?
I think so. This is kind of a weird thing, guys. Or not maybe so much weird, but even if you pay people a lot of money, you need to have time to actually enjoy your money, regardless of how much you make. After a certain point, you can't do anything with your money unless you have time off. And that's basically what it amounts to, is you need more time in order to actually do something that you want to. And maybe you're willing to actually work harder if you had more time to, if you had more time to yourself, regardless of how much you're getting paid, right? This is a time efficiency thing rather than a money incentive thing.
Healthier, definitely much healthier. As you can see, it gives us a little bit of exercise as well.
Could you ever go back to a 5-day week now?
I wouldn't want to, no. I wouldn't want to, no. It's something that I think more companies should take on.
The results are in for the 61 firms who took part in this 6-month trial. 39% of employees surveyed said they were less stressed. There was a 65% reduction in sick days, and companies who provided data
which are essentially just
stayed
paid time off.
broadly the same.
Actually, just time off.
Fewer hours on full pay may not be possible for every employer, but with many companies finding it hard to attract staff and pay higher wages, could this 4-day week be a solution and help with the UK's long-running problem of low productivity?
I think this trial will be a game changer in terms of momentum in the UK toward a 4-day week, and I'm hopeful that it is going to spur more government interest in this at all levels of government, and more experimentation and some support for companies who want to go forward.
How to get the right work-life balance. Fewer hours on full pay won't become mainstream anytime soon, but
there's a lot of jobs that are just busy work too, where you basically your productivity is directly linked to you being on job site. So
Birmingham.
Doesn't really work for a lot of blue collar work, but white collar work maybe. Okay, interesting. I've heard about trials like this before. This is not the first time this has happened. There's a lot of different countries, a lot of different companies that are trying this out. Sometime I think there's the what is it called in the U.S. This is different though because you work more hours. You work 10-hour shifts for 4 days a week instead of 5 days a week. So instead of 8-5, you do 4-10. That's different though because you're increasing the hours. MLA panel. I don't think that's a new. I believe that's 24-inch that was announced this year. I think that's Asus that did not 24-inch, 240 hertz OLED panel. Okay. Mushrooms, guys. Let's take a look at this. Haven't been covering John Oliver lately. So you have to be careful with that. AI is oftentimes used very loosely when what they really mean is an algorithm. They say AI to make it sound more complicated than it actually is, when in fact it's just an algorithm. Basically, like you could quantify a pixel bot as AI, right? It's tracking a character going across the screen and just call it AI, when in fact it's just tracking a certain not montage, a certain pattern of pixels going across the screen and call it AI. I've heard about that a while ago, and I think that's going to take a little bit before it kicks off and before that's actually a worrisome thing. There's definitely things that you can do. Part of the problem right now isn't just it isn't the program that they're using. It's the fact that there is no they basically don't do jack shit to fucking game companies don't really do much of anything to safeguard their games against cheaters. Like we talked about before, and which I've mentioned multiple times, I've tweeted about it too, a cryptographic leak between peripherals and your computer to make sure it's actually a peripheral that is controlling your aim between the game and your mouse. And then obviously you have a cryptographic key. They can do it with Blu-rays, they can do it with fucking mice. And, you can obviously have uncertified mice and you just play in the uncertified lobbies, but then you actually have mice, that you can verify that it's actually a peripheral that came from a company. And as such, then they have to cheat in other ways, such as the mouse pad has to be the cheat, right? Moving around below it. You could even change that. So then that's actually, you can 100% lock down peripherals and they don't do it. Just like big companies just don't give a shit. I'll take religion, right? If you have a spiritual trip, it can completely change who you are as a person, right? And at the same time, realign your life, which isn't necessarily a bad thing depending on where people are coming from. Sometimes they've had pretty tough lives and they need kind of like a little restart, or realignment and, a repurposing, you could even say. I mean, that's pretty fucking true, guys. And the same thing with marijuana, right? Obviously, nowadays, as I mentioned earlier, they've gotten to the point where you can actually have marijuana that's now, like, it's so potent it's actually addicting, which marijuana generally is not addicting, but we've reached that level of, like, refinement. But in doing so, basically, we have places in the U.S. that are actually legalizing it, right? So they can actually get to that point of making addicting doses. Meanwhile, cigarettes are addicting and alcohol is addicting, you know, despite the fact you don't need to have the addicting dose, right? You can hopefully regulate yourself and stop yourself from taking a hyper addicting dose of whatever you're doing. And then I guess if you get addicted to it, it's partially on you. It's not the government's job to nanny everyone. My personal opinion, especially when the benefits completely outweigh the negatives, and they definitely do in this case. So, yeah. Good stuff. Hope it eventually comes to pass, guys. Good. Let's take a look at the cheater video Blood Raven posted here. What is this? ChatGPT AI hackers in competitive game.
This might be the worst thing that's happened to gaming ever. ChatGPT cheating scandals are running rampant in the academic world right now. But they finally made the transition over into the realm of competitive gaming. And some of them are actually streaming themselves running bots. It's like having an aimbot times a...
That was Nadia, by the way. And I don't think she's ever technically shown cheats on stream, which is why she's still on Twitch. It is very, very likely that Nadia cheats. Like 99.99999% assured that Nadia cheats, but she's never technically shown cheats on Twitch, and as such, Twitch has never banned her. She's still on Twitch. Twitch Nadia. Like, you can literally watch her stream, and it looks like she's just like fucking around and then killing people constantly. Yeah. She has a shitload of, and like I said before, if like, you know, I don't understand why people in the gaming community seem to think that cheating is so fucking rare, guys. If you can make a living, and especially a good one, and all you have to do is cheat at a video game, why wouldn't people do that? Why would anyone think people wouldn't do that? I have no fucking idea. And this was kind of pissing me off. It's like the ignorance and this like adolescent mindset still sticks around to this day. It was one thing 10 years ago when I was talking about this, and I was back in the PlanetSide 2 days, because I've known about cheats for 20 some years, and I have cheated myself a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, like when I was in my earlier than my teen years. Yeah, like I was 12 or something. I was playing Rainbow Six, Rogue Spear? I think it was Rogue Spear. It's one of the earlier ones. Yeah, way back in the day, I still remember doing that, and it just took all the fun out of it. Yeah. Fucking crazy shit. Absolutely fucking crazy shit. And, like, it's not something that's new, and for some strange reason, because people could not find working cheats or decided not to Google working cheats, or because of the bias and the default de facto kind of mindset of people that no one cheats at video games, right? It's just a joke, right? Haha, I was just the guy that's tilted because someone plays in their parents' basement 24/7, 365. Their third eye Jigan opened, and all of a sudden they can see people through walls. You know, duh. One of those things, but... like, there's still this stigma that still sticks around, and it's really fucking easy to cheat. Really fucking easy to cheat. Like, I don't know if I can actually just, like literally just type in Overwatch cheats, because it's not necessarily showing you how to cheat, like, into Google, but you can definitely type Overwatch cheats into Google and get something that works. So, like, I don't think I need to show that to people, but it does. It's just there.
It's actually completely playing the game for you. Now, this is starting to happen.
This will actually get you banned, by the way. There's stat-based banning in Overwatch, which we've talked about before. It's not this easy. You can't just put in a cheat and just, you know, like, your accounts can get banned because it's going to get flagged. There's stat banning, which is why people toggle on and off.
In multiple games, and one of them you might not expect is World of Warcraft, where rank 1, 2, and 5 are all the same person that was streaming themselves run a bot and make them play perfectly in every single situation, making it so that they were almost unbeatable. Now, this could signal the downfall of
World of Warcraft would be pretty easy to
I know if you're playing
program a bot
any competitive game, you've probably run into bots already. So what do you think about people having completely scripted characters, and what can game developers do to stop this problem? This might be the worst thing that's happened to gaming ever. ChatGPT cheating scandals are running.
I've heard about this before. Nothing in the video showed ChatGPT making these cheats or causing these cheats or making it happen or anything like that. So this video is just it's just a hype piece, is what this amounts to.
This might be the worst thing that's happened to gaming ever.
Yeah, I've heard about AI-based cheating is the next big thing in video games. Nothing here shows it, and it wouldn't have any advantage over just a normal cheat in video games. I don't know why adding AI to the equation would make things easier in the case of cheating, because you don't need AI. As mentioned before, you just have a pixel bot. This is just a fluff piece from the looks of it. So nothing new there. Nothing I haven't heard of. Nothing I haven't seen. So good stuff. Let's see. What time is it? We have a small here that's worth watching. Really don't want to watch hardware news. I don't think that's going to be good. Neglected trace elements, boron. Yeah, boron's actually pretty good for raising testosterone, and I think help absorb magnesium. It's pretty good. There's a lot of minerals that you just don't get in your diet, and it's actually kind of funny how well our bodies work just off whatever you get and not what you're supposed to get. It's pretty crazy. QA, we aren't going to look at that. That's basically a podcast. Simulator game in Warhammer, don't care. Total War, excuse me. What happened to our TV channel? The guy that reviews TVs. I don't think that's actually going to be anything in. Ah, Travel Geek. There it is. HD chest. $4K, 120 hertz. MLA panel. I don't know what MLA panel is. Ah, there it is. 240 hertz OLED gaming monitor gets brighter MLA panel. Is that not the same thing? This might just be a rant. Endgame. Yeah, that was back in January. It's a month ago. Might not be look worth it. Like, these are just little clickbait things.
This Asus OLED gaming monitor is
binge watched One Punch Man last night. Enjoyed it. Could you recommend something as good? Well, like, what did you enjoy about One Punch Man? That's a good place to start. Like, I assume it's just the over-the-top animation, right?
the world's first 27-inch 240Hz OLED to feature a custom heatsink, and it is not often you can use this excuse to explain a noticeable bulge. If you look at the top of the protrusion, you can
Like
see
the fight
some air
scenes?
vents which provide an outlet to
Bleach
prevent
is
heat
slow,
buildup
but it has
from
really
the internal
good, like, the
components.
current season
The
slash
combination
series
of
is really
heatsink
fucking
and
good.
ventilation design
However,
allows
you have
the
to watch the
27-inch
first part of Bleach to
Asus
actually get to
ROG
that, so.
Swift OLED monitor to dissipate heat more evenly across the back of the monitor, therefore prolonging the OLED lifespan. Certainly in our previous test of OLED displays, we found that the addition of heatsink would clear away image retention in a quicker manner compared to conventional OLEDs without heatsink. And while not publicly advertised by Asus, all 27-inch
Probably Demon
OLED
Slayer, if you're just
monitors
looking
whose
for fight
panels
scenes. Demon
are
Slayer itself
supplied
is not
by
as good
LG
as older
Display should
shonens.
also be
Demon Slayer's not as good as older shonens, but if you're just looking purely at animation quality, I'd say it's definitely up there. One Piece right now has very good animation sequences, but they're very few and far between, and you have to watch 900 episodes to get there. That's not worth it, in my opinion. So, yeah. I'd say probably Demon Slayer is what the kids are going for right now. It's not really what, like, I'd choose as far as, like, best case scenario for animation quality or good anime, but a lot of people are attracted to Demon Slayer because of the animation quality, so. And it has very good fight scenes.
using MLA or microlens array technology, a fact I confirmed when visiting LG Display's booth at CES. Meta is the South Korean panel vendor's name for the combination of MLA and brightness boosting algorithm.
LG,
The
this is
eagle-eyed
LG
among
panel?
you may also have spotted on LG Display's spec sheet that the surface treatment is described as gaming black. It almost seems that monitor manufacturers think matte anti-glare coating is the preference of PC gamers, instead of a glossy finish.
This is something I don't fucking understand. Glossy finishes are so much better. The problem is they're reflective, right? And the problem is they're reflective. They're so much better than matte. So if you cannot control your light source, a matte finish is what you want, i.e. you're outside in the sun. But if you are inside and you can control all your light sources, because imagine you don't move your monitor around or your TV around, right? Imagine you don't move your monitor or your TV around. You can control exactly where the light's pointing, and you can have a reflective-free surface because you can move your light sources. So, yeah, I don't really understand why glossy monitors died out, because they don't make sense. It doesn't make sense that they died out.
So maybe you can send a clear message to them by voicing your opinion in the YouTube comment section below. Otherwise, peak brightness has been rated at 1000 nits on a 3% window, although this is likely at the panel's native white point, which is usually too blue. So we will have to wait for measurements at D65 white point for an apples-to-apples comparison. The screen resolution of the 27-inch Asus OLED monitor
totally uses
is
an equalizer, by the way.
1440p rather than 4K, but we were hard-pressed to tell
he's
the
done
difference
voice
when
training.
playing fast-action games where motion resolution is significantly more important. And this is where the Asus PG27AQDM excelled, with its 240Hz refresh rate delivering incredible smoothness and clarity when playing games. If you are wondering why it took me 2 minutes into this video before enunciating the difficult to pronounce model number, that's the amount of time needed for my tongue to warm up before participating in challenging activities. Surveying the rest of the Republic of Gamers section at Asus CES.
I want that 540.
There's a
I want that 540, guys.
540
I'm
Hz
hard
gaming
just looking
monitor
at that.
featuring a 24.1-inch TN LCD panel with Full HD 1080p resolution and inbuilt G-Sync module. Carrying a memorable model number of PG248QP, the Asus monitor is not equipped with any sort of local dimming, which wouldn't be able to catch up with the outrageously fast refresh rate anyway. Beside this monitor running at 540Hz, another refresh rate and its number of PG248QP, the Asus monitor is not equipped with any sort of local dimming, which wouldn't be able to catch up with the outrageously fast refresh rate anyway. Beside this monitor running at 540Hz, another LCD monitor running at 144Hz looked uncharacteristically blurry by comparison, although we did not know the gray-to-gray response time and overdrive setting on the comparison monitor. Coming back down to more regular refresh rates, there were a couple of new 4K 60Hz monitors in the ProArt corner. First up was the Asus PA32DCM, a 31.5-inch OLED monitor,
the first generation, I think it was the second generation
JOLED panel capable of
monitors.
700 nits peak and 350 nits full screen. The latter of which must be a record high for non-mobile OLED displays. Tilt and rotation adjustability offers a 27-inch 4K IPS LCD monitor, namely the ProArt PA20 shipped.
I think that's just a news release. Okay. Is this, how many hertz is this? I think this is a 120.
900 times microscope on the new 27-inch LG OLED monitor and try to focus despite the shakiness due to the huge magnification, you can see small circular indentations on the subpixels, confirming that the LG 27GR95QE is indeed using the most advanced MLA OLED panel from LG Display. The increased light scattering from MLA has improved viewing angles significantly, virtually eradicating the off-axis pink tint normally seen on WBE OLED panels, and perhaps helped by the smaller screen size. This means that there's less pink tinting along the sides as we cycle through full-field gray slides.
Matte works once again if you can control your, if you can't control your light sources. Otherwise, there's no point.
Thanks also to
no
the
point having it.
of banding and dirty
It's just mattes just to help with reflective
OLED.
surfaces.
Of course, WRGB OLED displays have
Or
always
outside,
exhibited
you can't control the sun for the most
uniformity
part.
issues. But our LG 27GR95QE review unit was right up there among the cleanest we've seen in this regard. In HDR mode, peak brightness measured close to 650 nits at D65 white point, and 130 nits fulfilled.
I don't know if we're going to
While
watch all
these
this.
figures have been criticized by certain quarters as being too dim, despite the use of an MLA OLED.
27-inch OLED. Trying to get into the game monitor segment. Take a quick look if this is 144, which I just saw. 240. Uh-oh. I didn't hear about this in CES. Uh-oh. It's 27-inch too. Uh-oh. Okay, we're going to watch this. This is a tough call between this and the 540 hertz monitor, guys. But this is also a little bit pricey. It's a little bit pricey. Still worth it more than a fucking 4090 is.
Panel. They are not too far off those measured on last year's tremendously successful 42-inch LG C2. And you have to understand that this 27-inch OLED screen has to contend with not only a lower pixel aperture ratio, which restricts light output, but also the prospect of being used most of the time as a gaming monitor with lots of static elements such as HUD on screen. The MLA panel itself seemed pretty resistant. After displaying a peak white window at full blast in HDR for 10 seconds, then switching to a full field gray slide on our review sample, we saw little to no image retention, which was cleared away quicker than a buffet queue when the food runs out. To further mitigate the risk of permanent burn-in, LG has implemented a number of anti-screen burn measures on the 27-inch OLED monitor. There are the usual minor and major compensation cycles designed to run every 4 and 500 hours of accumulated usage time respectively. A prompt will appear on screen advising that the compensation cycle will start in standby, which should take less than 10 minutes to complete if it's a minor compensation cycle, also known as off-RS if you are familiar with LG Display's lingo. There's also pixel shifting, which can be switched off from the user menu. But owing to the over-provision of some pixels beyond the 2560x1440 resolution, the entire picture will always be displayed on screen without getting cut off, even with pixel shifting engaged. There seemed to be no TPC auto-dimming at play, which means you can use the monitor for prolonged periods without seeing the whole screen dimming down over time, as long as the image on screen is moving. However,
that was a problem with my
the 27GR95QE
that being said, this exact scene, by the way, this exact scene is why I thought there's something wrong with my LG or my OLED panel. I have an OLED TV. I thought there's something because it's so fucking dark. It's like my HDR is fucked up. No, this is the Game of Thrones staff, the HBO staff thought this was a good way to shoot this shit, just like in the last season of Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon. HBO staff thought this was a good way to shoot it. It was so fucking dark on HDR, you could barely see anything happening on the screen. It was obnoxious.
However, we did catch the 27GR95QE performing selective logo luminous dimming of certain static elements in HDR mode, but not in SDR mode, as well as a strange darkening of the four corners from time to time, contributing to a vignetting effect which most viewers probably won't notice without a side-by-side comparison against a reference display. Besides its small screen size for an OLED monitor, arguably the greatest appeal of the LG 27GR95QE is its 240Hz refresh rate. Now, many of you will think that 120Hz refresh rate is already fast enough for gaming.
What?
So let me
Who says
demonstrate
that?
the benefits brought about by doubling the refresh rate to
Who
240
says that?
Hz, assuming a true 240 frames per second video source, of course. At 60 FPS, input lag came in at around 9 milliseconds. At 120 FPS, the input lag would be halved to 4.7 milliseconds, and going up to 240 FPS would further reduce input lag by half to 2.4 milliseconds, the fastest we've measured using the Leo-Bodnar tester on any display we've tested so far. Using an NVIDIA LDAT device to measure end-to-end system latency, which takes into account the mouse click, CPU processing, operating system, game application, GPU rendering, and finally the display, we obtain an average end-to-end latency of merely 12.5 milliseconds after 100 runs, again a record low among displays we have reviewed to date. To give you some perspective, using the same methodology, we have previously measured more than 40 milliseconds of average end-to-end system latency on LG OLED televisions. Displaying a 240 FPS source at 240 Hz also improves motion clarity. Here, I've shot a 1000 frames per second slow motion video of the LG 27GR95QE running at 240 Hz, and despite the low resolution and dimmer footage caused by filming at such a high frame rate, hopefully you can appreciate just how clear and smooth the moving UFOs looked on the 240 FPS level compared to the 120 FPS one. And yes, in real life without slow-mo, the improvement was noticeable to my eyes too. By using a 1 nanosecond photodetector connected to an oscilloscope to measure how fast the pixels switched from black to white and vice versa, we recorded a pixel response time of around 0.6 milliseconds based on the industry standard of 10% to 90% rise time, which is insanely fast. Together with OLED's pixel level light control, which allows for true blacks and vibrant colors,
OLED should be faster
the
than
near
that, by the way.
instantaneous pixel response time and super low input lag meant that you can enjoy top-notch picture quality and responsiveness when playing games at 240 Hz without needing to put up with grayish blacks, blooming, smearing, ghosting, or other artifacts that can affect LCD-based monitors. Gradation generally appeared smoother than what we've observed on previous displays using MediaTek HDMI 2.1 chipsets, although there's a distinct stripe of posterization at specific tones, causing certain brighter elements on screen to take on a strange circumferential glow that could look quite jarring. Helped by more refined gradation just above black, chrominance overshoot artifacts in dark scenes were kept to a minimum, both on test patterns and in real-world content. For example, in this sequence from House of the Dragon, which has famously been graded to under 1 nit. Shadow detail was slightly brighter than reference in both SDR and HDR mode, which was not rectifiable through the coarse calibration controls in the user menu. In SDR mode, only the sRGB picture preset targeted D65 white point and Rec 709 colors out of the box, though if you own a compatible colorimeter, you can download the LG Calibration Studio software to calibrate the monitor to spec, but only in SDR and not HDR mode. The calibrated result wasn't as accurate as what could be achieved through the class-leading 3D light calibration on LG's OLED televisions, with some mild, persistent brightening of shadow detail, as well as a couple of color patches slightly exceeding the humanly perceptible inaccuracy threshold of delta error 3 on the Color Checker SG chart. Nevertheless, an average delta error of 1.6 meant that SDR colors, including skin tones, would still look natural and cinematic in real-world viewing material. In HDR mode, only 5 picture presets are selectable on the LG 27GR95QE, and most of the picture settings are grayed out and not adjustable. Gamer 1 was the most accurate in terms of D65 white point, PQ UTF tracking, and DCI-P3 color saturation, whereas Gamer 2 resulted in an overly blue and over-brightened HDR10 presentation, even though this allowed for a measured peak brightness of 930 nits on a
Sometimes the mode you're in
window,
will affect the input
close
link
to
too.
the 1000 nits claimed by LG. Otherwise, the 27-inch OLED monitor
1000 nits, by the way, out of a monitor is going to just,
tone curve
it's
to
going to
max
shear your fucking
CR
eyeballs off.
metadata. But owing
That's really
to the
bright.
peak brightness of 650
Most
nits,
people have their monitor up
some
too bright to begin
specular
with.
highlight detail in 1000 nit, let alone 4000 nit HDR content would become so compressed that they appeared clipped. Of course, game consoles don't output HDR10 metadata, so most displays, including the LG 27GR95QE, would just default to a 4000 nit tone curve. Because the monitor doesn't support HDIG, adjusting the PS5 or Xbox Series X HDR calibration screen according to the instructions will lead to max TML and max FFTML values that are far too high, blowing out bright highlight detail in HDIG compliant games. Our recommendation would be to target max TML and max FFTML values of 650 nits to display HDR games without blown out highlights, or just to forego HDR and play in SDR instead. 444 chroma was
I don't really care about HDR, exception being on my TV. Like, I don't want it on my gaming peripherals, but that's just me.
produced, and VRR including G-Sync worked well to eliminate frame drops and tearing artifacts. Although like on every OLED display we've tested so far, some VRR flicker was unavoidable in a handful of VRR games, especially during more sedate scenes and on static menus. Owing to the WRGB subpixel structure, or WBGR to be exact, fine text would manifest some color fringing and never look as pin-sharp as a display with regular RGB stripe layout. You can use 200% scaling to enlarge the text, or experiment with clear type subpixel rendering to mitigate the issue. But suffice to say that the LG 27GR95QE is intended to be used as a gaming monitor, rather than as a pure work or productivity monitor. While one DisplayPort 1.4 and two HDMI 2.1 connections are provided at the back of the monitor, there's no USB-C port at all, again underlining the gamer-centric focus of the monitor. In case you're wondering about the difference between the individual input compatibility settings, only the HDMI 2.1 PC mode supports VRR up to 240Hz, so that's what you should use for playing 240 FPS games. Moving on to a more contentious subject, the matte anti-glare coating muted reflections extremely well and held onto blacks better than QD OLED monitors in the presence of ambient light. Up close, however, the microtexture coating would take on a finely grained appearance, especially on white backgrounds.
Asus monitors do this too.
But wonder if
or at least the ones I've owned have done that.
Better complement OLED's true blacks and insanely high contrast.
Yeah.
Let's sum up. The LG 27GR95QE delivers class-leading picture quality and gaming responsiveness in the 27-inch monitor category, thanks to OLED's self-emissive properties, including near instantaneous pixel response time.
I want 500 hertz, guys, don't get me wrong, but I might be willing to compromise on 500 hertz for OLED instead. And that's tough. That's tough. I don't understand why OLED panels lag behind everything else in terms of having a refresh rate, because they're actually insanely fast, but they do. I think it has something to do with their controllers and how they're internally, how they're controlled. They control the pixels is inherently different than TN and IPS panels, and as such, they can't just immediately just ramp up the response time. It really feels like this is a match made in heaven. It's a high refresh rate in an OLED panel, guys, and they still have not done it. And like the weird thing is, like, if you get a lower refresh rate OLED, it's actually comparable to a higher refresh rate TN or IPS panel. Yeah, because the OLED is that fucking fast and makes up for the difference, which is fucking insane.
As well,
in 500 FPS, no. So the three things that matter is response time, which is how fast the pixels change state. For OLED, that's basically 0. Most monitors are not 0 at all. OLED, it's response time of the pixels, refresh rate, which is the connection between your computer and the monitor, and then the refresh rate on the FPS on the computer. And obviously, the faster you can send, so the faster your FPS is, the faster this monitor is going to show different frames, right? However, even without all three of these things being aligned with each other, a faster refresh rate is going to make sure you always have the most recent possible picture on the screen. High FPS will do a bunch of different things just outside of making sure it keeps up with your monitor, which is the internal engine runs at a certain speed and will keep up with your mouse input and runs things more fluidly at a higher FPS, which is why I generally never cap my FPS unless I really need to, which I need to in Overwatch. And then the response time obviously matters too, because that's how fast, once it receives this data, even if it's coming in 500 hertz, how fast it changes from one state to another. And if the response time of the pixels cannot keep up with the refresh rate or the FPS through the refresh rate, let's say 500, and the response time here, I don't know what that is in milliseconds, isn't keeping up with that, it'll make things blurry and hazy, and it looks like basically like if you take finger colors and go over your screen, it looks like that.
That's refresh rate.
They all matter.
However,
it's ideally you want them all to be aligned with each other, however, and FPS as fast as humanly possible. However, that's not always the case, and it doesn't need, you will benefit regardless of them not being all aligned with each other. However, you kind of want them to be aligned with each other.
Certainly not the monitor's forte. Its WBGR subpixel layout can affect fine text clarity for work and productivity use. Light control is necessary to avoid showing up its relatively low full screen brightness in HDR, and there's some undefeatable auto-dimming in HDR mode which may prompt some users to go SDR only. The LG 27GR95QE is a formidable esports gaming monitor first and foremost, and it earns our recommended award. Now, some of you believe that a 360Hz or even 480Hz LED LCD monitor will perform even better, but you're wrong, because OLED's motion advantage over perform even believe that a 360Hz or even 480Hz LED LCD monitor will perform even better.
I said LCD, I thought you said OLED.
But you're wrong, because OLED's motion advantage over LED LCD goes beyond mere refresh rate figures. As I've demonstrated in this OLED versus LCD side-by-side comparison you can watch by clicking here.
Promoted. Sponsored. Interesting. Very interesting. And Asus also has a 240 hertz monitor they're coming out with, if you guys are curious about that. Days ago. Surprised that most reviews missed the over provisioning and pixel shifting. I hate pixel shift. Every time I see pixel shift, you can see I am very keenly aware of like patterns, and if the entire screen moves, I can see that. And it bugs the fuck out of me. When I was first getting fit for contacts, guys, like when I was in my teen years, I tried gas permeables for a little bit due to family influence because obviously I was young and things were getting paid for me, right? And my dad had a pair of gas permeable. Those are glass contacts. And he thought they were fantastic. You can wear them forever. You don't need to fucking throw them out. Whatever. And I tried them. And every time I blinked, I could see the lens move down. It bugged the shit out of me. Holy fuck. Every time I blinked, I could see the lens drop a tiny bit. And my whole vision would go like this. And it bugged the fuck out. I fucking hated it. There's no way I could do it. It was horrible. Pixel shifting the same way. When I've had TVs with pixel shifter on, I turn it off. And honestly, I don't even think it helps that much, mainly because static text on your screen, let's say this taskbar here, is always going to be in the same spot. Moving it one pixel to the side is not going to change anything. It's still going to have burn in the same spot. It'll just be maybe a tiny bit smaller. So the scalpers all get these. It is 240 hertz. 3.6 matte screen. Not for RTS. Games like Heroes of Storm and simply was not bright enough, which forced me to use a second monitor. I'm not really big into 27-inch monitors, but you can't really, there's no choice. People complaining. I assume you have to actually, oh, no. You might not need to own the monitor to review it. Why is this a thing? Why are you allowed to write a review? I get it so you get more sources of information, but websites should just pull from each other when someone is actually, they own it. Has no brightness even at 100%. TFT Central? I didn't know this is a monitor coming out. Like I said, I didn't see this at CES. Uh, 7 to 10 days. This is the 24th, 2 days ago. Artings. They have just a newest. Where's their news section? GR95QE. GR 95QE. February 24th. They don't have a review out for launch. $10, guys. Not scalped. I mean, it's really fucking expensive. They're all retail prices. Oh. And so it doesn't have a G-Sync. It doesn't have the reflex analyzer. How can you compromise on a fucking $1,000 monitor, guys? How does this not have a fucking reflex analyzer built in? Oh, I think that just put me off. I just saw that. I thought it was. I thought it had G-Sync, and I'm not actually after G-Sync. I want the reflex analyzer, guys. I want the input analyzer, and it doesn't have the input analyzer. I think this is just a no-go. Like, oh. LG, you almost fucking had me there. Not that I'm against G-Sync or FreeSync, by the way, and not that I think G-Sync is inherently much better than FreeSync. But Reflex Analyzer is part of the G-Sync module, which means it has to be a G-Sync monitor. And LG fucking skimped on G-Sync. Oh my God, LG, what the fuck is this? Why would you do this? It's a $1,000 monitor. It's a $1,000 monitor, and you don't have G-Sync on it? What the fuck? What the fuck? You can buy G-Sync monitors for like $200. Why'd they skimp, guys? What? This. Yeah, G-Sync compatible just basically means I have a G-Sync compatible monitor. I have it off because it lowers input delay. Overwatch feels better with it off, even though it clears up the picture. I don't know where it is now. Obviously, you can turn it on here. There's actually a setting for it. Maybe it's because I have it off right now. I have it off either way. But you can basically run G-Sync or FreeSync on NVIDIA cards now. You almost had me. I mean, I could still buy Input Analyzer, like a standalone one, but that's not the same thing. It doesn't do the same thing. It's not as easy to use either. And that's what I'm really looking for. Something I can just run while I'm playing games. Instantaneous 0.03 gray to gray times. He said he tested it, and it's 0.6, so a little bit off. This is probably the theoretical. Once again, this is theoretical response time of the panel itself, and not of the entire input chain. LG almost had me. LG almost fucking had me. I could tweet about that. Gotta tweet about it, guys. Yeah, I don't even care. I understand the inherent benefits of OLED versus LCD monitor. And as such, I would be willing to compromise, I think, on refresh rate. But I don't think I'm willing to compromise on the lack of a reflex analyzer. At this point in my life, guys, I just want to be able to be told how much my input delay is instead of playing a guessing game with restarting Windows and how it feels. It's one of the reasons I run Afterburner, is because I don't need to guess at my FPS. I don't need to feel whether or not my FPS is dipping. I can just look at it and see. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not doing that. It's a $1,000 monitor and it doesn't have G-Sync on it, and it's not because of G-Sync and FreeSync. It's just there's no reflex analyzer unless you have G-Sync. So unless you have a G-Sync module, there's no reflex analyzer. And it doesn't look like they have their own inherent built-in version or whatever either. So that's a no. Asus probably, my guess is it's going to have a G-Sync module on it. Unless they're all using the same controller. One. So it's going to be available before the 500 Hertz monitor. So Q1 is January, February, March. It's the first quarter of the year. So expected in the next month. My guess is to compete with the LG monitor. My guess is they're going to price exactly compared to each other. Maybe I'd actually say Asus is going to have a premium. They're probably going to be maybe 1100 or 1200. Have a good night, Blood. Nope. So it looks like this might not have G-Sync either. Well, yep. I guess we are going to wait for May. I guess that's the end result here is waiting until May. Since there's no input analyzer, reflex analyzer here. Oh, that's that. Interesting. I didn't know about this though. And it's already on market. I think the deal breaker there, guys, is there's no reflex analyzer. Oh my god. TV says it should be illegal. Okay. Okay. Moving along. Let's do our upload here. We're going to get into the Reddits here, guys. Yeah, I was interested. I was interested right up until I saw that it didn't have a reflex analyzer. And then I was like, nope. And that killed all of it. That killed all of the interest, guys. Okay. Should have an upload here. First 23rd. Upload my 22nd. I didn't take 2 days off, did I? Oh, that's right. I skipped a bit. Okay. No, I took 2 days off, but they were separated by a day. Yeah. Not published to subscribers. Feed. Watch 2. Done and done. Okay. Oh my god, we got a viewer, guys. Look, we got a couple viewers. Oh my god, 1 person. Holy shit. Have to start somewhere, right? Okay. Let's take a look at the reds here, guys, and move along to Overwatch 2. Director's take, balancing here. Oh my god, did we miss something? Is there something I have to cover here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, well, it appears as though there's a dev blog up. I'm gonna go take a piss, guys, and grab a soda. I'll be right back. We'll get Charles here to read to us about Overwatch.
Google Cloud text to speech.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I had to look around, guys. I found a container of Pepsi Peeps. Oh my god, this is hard to find, by the way. I had to go to 2 different stores, and I had to look specifically for it before it even was at the stores. It's not at all the stores. I had to go through the websites and find what is not at the stores, and then even the stores that said that they had it did not actually have it. And there's only 1 container left from what I saw. 1 bottle left of Pepsi Peeps. I just wanted to try it. Same thing with I want to try the Dr. Pepper Strawberry and Cream, and yeah, that's also impossible to find. I got a case. I ordered it through, not DoorDash, but there's some sort of delivery service. I ordered it through the delivery service, and the guy showed up today with. I ordered Pepsi Peeps, which they didn't have, which he didn't bring, and then he showed up with a case of sugar-free Dr. Pepper Strawberry and Cream, which is just an immediate fail. Yeah. So, that's like my one data point with the food delivery service, and it's not a good one. Spent $12 for a 12-pack, which I got refunded.
A few weeks ago, we published the first in this series of updates on the game.
Huh?
It's crazy how much has happened since then. We launched Season 3, announced a collab with One Punch Man, and I'm now dating Genji. I feel so lucky. I wanted to dive into two topics today. Season 3 balance and the matchmaker. We feel that the start of Season 3 is in a much better
And they've touched on the matchmaker already in 2 different blogs, and in my personal opinion, they have no fucking idea what they're doing.
state of balance than the start of Season 2. We hear from players that balance is the best it's been since the launch of our 2, while the game feels fresh based on all the changes made. It's been great watching that discussion.
Since the launch of Overwatch 2. Yeah. Yeah, in the last 5 months? Yeah.
And to foster it, I'd like to give a bit more details and a bit less commentary. Let's look at the support role first. On the positive side, most supports are viable in nearly every skill tier. Bridget has really popped this season and has the highest win rate for nearly all skill tiers except for top 500, where Zen takes the lead, with both averaging out to a nearly 55% win rate. On the other end of the spectrum are Kiriko and Moira at around 45%. This goes to show that heroes with
there is going to be some misinformation here, or I want to say misinformation. How you interpret information will change things a lot. One of the reasons I would say that the win rate for Kiriko and Moira is lower isn't necessarily because they're bad heroes or that they're worse in top 500. What I would say is there are Kirikos compared to Bridget, there are Kirikos and Moiras that play offensive Kiriko and Moira, which inherently fucking hurts your team. So they would have to further parse these stats and then look at the damage numbers of these Moiras that are losing games as opposed to other Moiras, and my guess is there is a direct correlation between their damage numbers and the team losing the game. And once again, I feel as though self-healing should be removed from the game. Not self-healing should be removed from the game. Self-healing stats should be removed from the game. So if you heal yourself, it should not count towards your healing as a healer, and it does. If you guys didn't know that, you can heal, and in any other character, you heal yourself, and it doesn't matter. But if you heal yourself as a healer, it counts towards your healing stat. Why? I have no fucking idea, but it does. Yeah, so your stats can be deceptive if you're running around the map self-healing just yourself. At the end of the match, you're just taking a shitload of damage. I guess there's a point to be made about like mitigating damage, right? Like eating damage that other people aren't, but that doesn't show up anywhere else in the stats. So immediately out of the gates here, guys, which I don't think they're going to mention this because I haven't looked yet, but immediately out of the gates, I am going to stipulate that those two characters are very popular DPS characters for support. That as well as Bridget and Anna. Not Bridget, Anna and Baptiste are all very strong contenders for DPS characters, especially Baptiste. Not so much Anna, but Baptiste because he has an offensive ult. And as such, he can use it to create more damage, right? Yeah. I would say there is a very, very strong correlation here between DPS numbers on these characters, damage done on these characters, and the losses. And you could definitely, if you have stats, once again, you could figure this out. You have to know what you're looking for in stats. But immediately, I would say that those guys immediately stand out to me as characters that are going around trying to one-trick as DPS at top 500. And they're performing worse.
On the positive side, most supports are viable in nearly every skill tier. Bridget has really popped this season and has the highest win rate for nearly all skill tiers except for top 500, where Zen takes the lead, with both averaging out to a nearly 55% win rate. On the other end of the spectrum are Kiriko and Moira at around 45%. This goes to show that heroes with the highest win rates aren't always the heroes that are played the most. When we look at who is actually being played, the top supports are Anna, Kiriko, and Mercy for nearly all skill tiers until Silver and Bronze, where Moira becomes picked quite a bit.
Yeah, because people can't aim.
It's counterintuitive that Kiriko has such a high pick rate.
Just like I'm sure it's the same way on console.
But such a low win rate, and Bridget has such a high win rate but a mediocre play rate. While it would
not. It's not, because they're doing something different at the highest level of plays where they get bored of the game and they're trying to show everyone how good they are at DPS. And then they will brag about their damage numbers while basically sabotaging their entire team and not put 2 and 2 together with DPS dying and being unable to sustain damage because they aren't healing them. And when people don't talk about this, it becomes the norm. And yeah, Blizzard should be smart enough to figure this out, right? And it doesn't look like they are.
It's counterintuitive that Kiriko has such a high pick rate at the highest levels of play, but such a low win rate, and Bridget has such a high win rate but a mediocre play rate. While it would be fun to pick on this group, we tend to think that highly skilled players are continuing to pick certain heroes for good reasons, and we're getting additional metrics for maps, team comps, and team fights to try and understand this.
What?
If it's fruitful, expect to hear more about it.
Wait, so they don't know? They don't know that it's a trend in the community to try and make DPS look like, or support to look like DPS characters? They don't know this is a trend? So they can make a TikTok Moira or a TikTok Kiriko that just runs around and headshots people, make a montage, and prove how amazing supports are at DPS? They don't know? This is Blizzard, by the way. Okay. Yeah, so as I mentioned, I bet Father Kaplan here, if Grandpa Kaplan was still around, he'd probably immediately go, well, you know, there's this trend on TikTok where they make a character that doesn't do exactly the same thing, do something that doesn't normally do because it stands out to all the people that they want to get, you know, and they get rewatches, and then people go and try it, and then when they get good enough, they think they can actually effectively heal and DPS at the same time, and then forget that they're actually healers and cause a loss. Yeah, maybe there's something to this, you know, or if you're just intelligent, you can figure it out too. It is 100% a trend, and it's not just a meme. It is not just a meme. It definitely fucking happens, and you can go watch streamers that try and do it. So, yeah, and I've had the pleasure of being in games with players like that, which will then brag about their damage numbers at the end of the game, then brag about how few deaths they have compared to you, because you'll have a lot of deaths, and then talk about how horrible you are at DPS. It's almost circular. It's almost like them being the healer and not healing you causes you to die and do less damage. Weird, huh? Yeah, fucking weird. Which, once again, is why the game should have... I've talked about different stats this game should do away with or change. I think limbs should be turned into assists. I think assist category is dumb. I think deaths should be removed from the game because they serve no purpose, not remove the ability to die, but rather no one should be told when you die because it doesn't fucking matter. What matters is what happens when you're alive. And you can parse what you're doing while alive with other stats, which is where we're going to get here. There should be added killing blows, which matters because that's who chased down the person at the end of everything. So while assists, I would say, matter more than killing blows. Killing blows still matter because that is an ability for someone to secure a kill. And that matters a lot when people can get away and just survive. Killing blows do matter, and I don't think Blizzard did it right by removing it. Assists right now in the game have no functional form, just like mitigation doesn't, which we're going to get to. Death should be removed. I think in addition to healing done, you should be able to see healing to receive. So as a player, you should be able to see how much healing you receive in order to figure out who's actually getting healed and who's not. Oh my god, support's actually needing to, support's actually being a little bit transparent and actually being able to see what their performance is and who they're healing and maybe a correlation between who's dying. Imagine that a helpful stat. And then also total damage received, which would not just be mitigated damage. Mitigated damage is damage that you don't receive, right, with a shield or something. But total damage received matters because that's your ability to soak. And while you might say, oh, that doesn't make a good tank, neither does damage. Total damage done doesn't make a good DPS, right? You need to be able to secure kills. And while they're definitely correlative, it's not the end result. The idea is that you give metrics to people to empower them so that they can figure out what's wrong with their gameplay. Yeah, so their current metrics in the game, I think, are faulty, and they need to be done away with. Deaths, in particular, are not useful. You go, oh, someone died X numbers of times, and then all the other stats that they have, as Farah, I see this a lot, as all the other stats that you have, including your limbs and damage done, even if you're the top on your team doing it, so you die twice as much, but you have like 30% more of your limbs and healing or damage than everyone else, and all they look at is your deaths, there's something fucking wrong. And if you can go and you're there at the beginning of the battle, you die first, and you get back at the end of the battle, and you do more damage to help with it, and that can be the difference between you winning or losing, that matters a lot. So your ability to reinforce is going to be different with different heroes. Certain heroes are going to be able to die more often than others because of how fast they move. And Pharah can traverse the ground, traverse the map, and get over stuff that people otherwise can't and get back to the battle faster. So, deaths I don't think matter at all in this game, man. Killing blows I think do matter, and they aren't in the game anymore. And I don't know. I don't even know what the assist category is, to be perfectly honest, that currently is in the game. Assist in other games is basically you touched a hero that someone else has touched, and it basically counts to you. Then it doesn't fucking make sense. I don't understand how assists work. You can probably look it up on the wiki or something, but it doesn't make sense. The way it works in the game right now, it doesn't make sense to me. So, yeah, like if you heal someone, you touch someone else, that should be an assist in any other game, right? Or if you touch the same person that is someone else is shooting, but you don't get the killing blow, that's an assist, right? And assists are they matter. That's basically your participation in the battle. And the amount you participate is basically your damage. And killing blow is your ability to secure the kill. Those are all things that matter. It's like when they made the stats category, whoever makes stats categories like doesn't write down what they're supposed to be, right? Like, what is the purpose of having this stat? And you have to write down the purpose of having the stats. Deaths does not give any purpose. This is not fucking MOBAs. You don't give gold to the enemy team by dying. You can say you give ult charge or something like that, right? So you are contributing ults to the enemy team. But that's overall pretty negligible at the end of the day compared to what you are accomplishing in the match. Yeah, and even then, for instance, I'll have a lot of damage done, for instance, and as Pharah, I can't always use my Q, even if I want to, because picking and choosing when you're using your Qs depends an awful lot on which character you're playing and what you're doing and what's going on in the game. There's oftentimes where I'll sit on in a Q for maybe the entire round in control point because I don't have an opportunity to use it. If I just fire it off and die, that's worse than not using it at all, right? Now, you have to at least secure 1 or 2 kills, and if a Mercy's around, it has to be 2 kills because she's going to res one of them. So even if there's a Mercy around, you have to kill the Mercy because that's the only option is killing the Mercy. If you don't kill the Mercy, she's just going to res whoever's there because res is OP and no one talks about it. Anyways, yeah, stat-wise, even the stats in the game don't really make sense what they picked out. Like mitigation and assist mitigation don't do anything. You can't pull any meaningful numbers from assist or mitigations in the game right now. I don't know why they have them.
Tanks. Tanks are in a great spot right now. It's almost hard to pick a bad tank. At the top end, Reinhardt has the highest win rate of tanks for most tiers, reaching about 58% in bronze through platinum. At masters and above, Sigma.
I would have originally said Wrecking Ball was a bad tank. He got buffed, obviously. But in addition to that, this does actually smell an awful lot like if they took Pepsi and just basically minced a bunch of peeps and threw it in. That's not bad. It's actually kind of like Pepsi Lemon. It's like Pepsi Lemon with a marshmallow flavor. That's actually not... I hope they make this a normal flavor. They aren't, by the way. I think because they actually pay tribute to Peeps. Yeah, this is pretty good. This should be a normal flavor. I'd actually pick this over Cherry Pepsi, I think. Yeah, that's actually pretty good.
Tanks. Tanks are in a great spot right now. It's almost hard to pick a bad tank. At the top end, Reinhardt has the highest win rate of tanks for most tiers, reaching about 58% in bronze.
I'm sure at the high
platinum.
end it tapers off.
At masters and above, Sigma edges him out and sits at 55% in top 500.
I don't even know why he performs well at top 500.
Even though there are still situations where he can be successful.
Shield is very situational
Winston
now.
and Zarya can perform well at certain ranks, and the rest of the roster is solid across all skill tiers. Wrecking Ball is probably the biggest tank topic in the community right now, with takes varying. Some think he's overpowered, others feel that he is in a good spot, and still, others think both, and flip-flop.
I think people are not used to Wrecking Ball and basically the harass kind of style from a tank, and that's what he does. That doesn't mean, by the way, a Wrecking Ball will be good. If you huddle, you can minimize his ability to harass if he sits around with your team. Possibly Wrecking Ball needs a little bit of a nerf to his ult, maybe by increasing reducing the generation time, so making it take longer to get his ult, I think would be permissible, not necessarily reducing its usefulness. But otherwise, I don't think Wrecking Ball is OP. I think people are just adjusting to him right now, and he'll be fine. Maybe with a tiny nerf to his ult. I would say if any tank, they over-nerfed Hog. They just need to nerf his hook, and instead they nerfed his gun. and a lot of his mechanics. And just nerfing his hook was really what people had a problem with. And I'd say Widow has a worse problem. So, yeah. But otherwise, tanks. I mean, there's tanks you just don't see. D.Va is actually, I'd say D.Va's a problem too, because she can actually just brute force down anyone she wants to. I don't know if anyone else has, I don't know if anyone notices this, but I notice as Pharaoh when I get a tank that is angry with me or just has a problem with me, you'll get a tank that will literally just dive you and DPS you down and you're dead. And that's basically it. D.Va being particular, because she can dump all of her cooldowns while using a shield at the same time. And that is very difficult to deal with. You'll usually just die unless your healers are paying attention to you. I'd say D.Va's probably a decent prom. Otherwise, no, I think tanks are pretty good too.
Some think he's overpowered, others feel that he is in a good spot, and still, others think both, and flip-flop, back and forth. His win rate is among the top 3 to 4 tanks at most tiers and bounces between 51 to 55%. His pick rate is lower in the metal ranks, increasing as players' skill rises. By top 500, he is far and away the most picked tank.
No.
We think that this has enabled other heroes to stand out in the current meta along with Wrecking Ball, but we are keeping an eye on him and want to make sure
I don't think
that
it's
players
changed
don't
really
get
anything.
fatigued by seeing too much of the little guy.
I don't think it really has changed much of anything with the way people are playing. You don't really play around Wrecking Ball because he's a flanker. It means that the Wrecking Ball needs to play around what's happening in the game, which means he has to get to battle and harass. When the brute force of one side meets the other side, when the lines meet, he has to be there fucking around with the team that's meeting. He has to be the blender in the middle of this shit, right? If he's not there while this is happening, this team's going to fold because they only have 4 players. He has to be the blender in the middle of the shitstorm. And if he's not, that's basically, you're just going to lose. It doesn't really matter. You can play all the flankers you want, and that means someone's going to get left out at the end of the day. Like a Kiriko, maybe like all flankers, like Genji, Tracer, Wrecking Ball, Kiriko, and Moira, or maybe substitute one of them out for Lucio. But even then, I don't think Lucio would work because you have targeted heals and it's too hard to group everyone together. So Lucio wouldn't work with it. So maybe you could have a bunch of mobile heroes all together. But if you don't have a front line, the game rotates around objectives. If you don't have a front line, they're just going to dominate the objectives. So once again, I think that really, I don't think there's really a way to play around Wrecking Ball more so than just knowing that he exists, and the Wrecking Ball should be the one that manages his time and where he's at. That being said, I don't think I have a problem with Wrecking Ball. I think the only thing with him is his ult is a little bit too obtrusive for how fast the cooldown is. All right.
There have been some big swings in the damage roll. There are 2 stories here. From a numbers perspective, DPS feels fairly balanced across the board, and Season 3 has been called the Season of Hitscan by many of you, or possibly the Season of Cassidy. Changes to Sojourn, as well as buffs to a few other characters,
Sojourn still needs a railgun nerf. It needs to have the head scan,
Cassidy,
not the hit scan.
Widowmaker.
Sojourn needs to have her headshot multiplier. It's simply just removed. It needed to be removed nerfs ago, and it still needs to be removed from the game. It is too powerful, and they keep nerfing like different parts for kit, and they need to tackle the railgun. That's the real problem, especially the fact that it can still headshot, because that's a damage multiplier, and it can easily just obliterate people. But yeah, no. Right now, Cassidy is McCree is very powerful, as well as Soldier is very powerful as well. Yeah, and it's kind of, Blizzard likes it. Blizzard doesn't really fuck around too much with projectile heroes. They just don't really like them for some reason.
There have been some big swings in the damage roll. There are 2 stories here. From a numbers perspective, DPS feels fairly balanced across the board, and Season 3 has been called the Season of Hitscan
still broken
by many of you.
The fact you can make people fall over from across the map, especially when people are cheating,
as
is
well as
obnoxious.
buffs to a few other characters, have
And I've
opened
seen
a new
plenty
set
of them.
of heroes for people to play.
I'm not talking about dying
Farah,
once.
Widowmaker, and Tracer have all risen in playtime. In fact, Cassidy is the most picked hero by a huge margin at all ranks, except for top
They
500
overbuffed
where
him.
he's tied with Tracer, and he continues to move up. Around 30% of matches have a Cassidy on both sides. Besides Symmetra, it's harder to talk about the most powerful heroes for DPS at middle to higher ranks. The band that most damage heroes fall within is between a 47% to 53% win rate. Farah, Widow, Tracer, and Sim hover around the top, but things shift around almost daily. At low ranks, the top heroes by win rate are Symmetra and Torbjorn. It's always Symmetra and Torbjorn. In fact, Symmetra typically has the highest win rate in the game for all roles at all ranks except Masters and above.
Because she doesn't work.
Sombra, at the low end of power, did have a significant lift this season and has a win rate of around 46% at Diamond and above.
Sombra's very good. You need to know a position with her, and I still stand by the fact she's actually pretty good. She's just a debuff hero, and you need to know when to go in, and when your teammates are going to have to help you with whoever you're going to assist. Otherwise, she can usually assassinate. If someone's solo, she can usually kill them and run away. Much more so before they nerfed her. That being said, the Torbjorn and Symmetra syndrome is aim assist. That is because they have turrets. So, it's just like Moira at low end. You have a character that basically has an aim assist ability, inherently much more powerful when people can't aim. I will stand by this till the end, guys, and I still think so. The lower 50% of a player base should not be balanced around. They're just a shit show. They don't know what they're doing. They have no idea what's going on. They probably don't even care. It could be a 2-year-old just like literally just slamming his keyboard. You have no fucking idea. And as such, I don't think they should be balanced around. They're just going to be left to their own devices, and that's just the way the world's going to work. The higher ends, even possibly in this game, in Dead by Daylight, it was more relevant, but at the higher ends, I do think there should be balancing tiers. There should be different heroes should be balanced differently globally based on the tier they're at. And I'm not talking like a single hero, rather I'm talking maybe like groups of heroes such as tanks, DPS, or support. Depending on what band they're at, what tier they're at is going to determine how they're played, and in Dead by Daylight is much more relevant. Dead by Daylight is an asymmetrical game, if you guys haven't played it, in which it's a 4v1, and this one person, the killer, is much stronger at low tiers because these guys have no idea what they're doing, and they have to function as a team, and as you can imagine, at low tiers, when people have to function as a team, they don't work at all. That being said, when you get to higher tiers, these 4 guys can dick all over this one guy, because once again, they surpass him. The buffs that were given to these 4 people do not really matter at lower end, and they tend to care too much about the middle area. They care about the middle distribution too much, simply because that is where most people end up, right? It's the majority of their player base. But that being said, if you have a very transparent balancing mechanism, let's say it globally shows you where you are, what tier you're in, like quartile or whatever, and then I'll show you the buffs and debuffs that are in effect that affect whatever characters are in the game or class characters in the game. They could easily do that. And I don't think there's a single game that's done that. Probably one game has done that at this point. But it's a very non-traditional way of looking at things because, oh my god, no one's going to be able to understand it. People that are at the lower tier in the game are probably not going to be able to understand gameplay mechanics anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much to them as long as you're not generally you're trying to help people out at that low tier, right? So maybe things would be balanced a little bit differently. But as the low player, the low tier syndrome, I don't think matters at all. I think people like that are just going to be left to their own devices, and they're just going to do whatever the fuck they want. So balancing around them is pointless, and it hurts the rest of the game with people that are actually trying hard. They're tryhards, right? They're trying hard. And balancing changes at the upper end are going to affect them more. Not saying, by the way, completely throw out everyone except for the top 1%, but rather that the top 50% matters a lot more than the lower 50% that have no fucking idea what they're doing, and they're probably going to continue playing regardless of what's going on in the game. So it doesn't really matter. And if they want to get better, they can. And then maybe they'll end up in the upper tiers. Yeah, but Torbjorn and Symmetra, it's not because Symmetra's OP or Torbjorn's OP. It's because they have turrets and they do aiming for them. So at the lower end where people cannot aim, it makes a lot of sense that these heroes are on top because they have turrets that aim for them. And I can imagine a Cassidy on controller. I can imagine McCree on a controller running into 3 Symmetra turrets, trying to go like this, and aim up and shoot the thing on the ceiling. And I'm sure he just falls over. And the rest of his team wonders what's going on. A Mercy will try and res him right in front of the turrets, and she'll die to the turrets before she gets her res off. Stuff like that. I can only imagine what bronze is like. Yeah, just right out of the gates, trying to balance around that. This is why, by the way, parsing your stats is incredibly important. And if you think Symmetra and Torbjorn are doing well, because they're highly picked at the lower ranks, that doesn't mean anything at all. Once again, you are using basically bad stats, or you're looking at the wrong stats here, or you don't know how to parse the stats, because at the lower ranks or mid to lower, you have people that have no idea what they're doing and just fucking around, and it's going to show. Like Symmetra and Torbjorn are going to dominate because people can't aim. welcome to the world, right? Yeah, but that's something that they'd easily be able to pick out if they were parsing these stats right. If they had a statistician or whoever's on their team doing this right. Once again, as I mentioned, the stats, the not leaderboard, but the in-game stat menu, the tab, score screen needs to be changed to give you stats that actually matter. And Symmetra, I don't think she's not very good. Symmetra is actually not very good at high tier because her beam is not that good. It's 180 DPS, which, oh my god, 180 DPS. Yeah, except Soldier does 162, and that's very close. That's very close in terms of damage, and he doesn't need to ramp up. And obviously, it tapers off at range, but it's just kind of a showcase of power difference. And Symmetra needs the charge. And her dick, we talked about, we played Symmetra for a bit. Her dick is too short, is the way it goes. And they could change it so it gets longer, the charge level increases. They could just make it longer by default. They could make it so it gets shorter, the charge level goes up, and then just increases her damage so that she's like running around with like a dagger stabbing people and they just fall over or something. There's a lot of cool stuff you could do with her. But the thing is, Symmetra does not work at higher MMR. You might think she does, she doesn't. And her right click is just bad. It's just straight out bad. It does 90 damage if you hit people direct with it. It's like a shitty version of a Pharaoh missile. Her left click is really where it's at, and once again, you have to get in a very specific position to actually use that. And if anyone's doing anything properly, they'll just shit on you. They'll notice you trying to creep up, and all it takes is a Reinhardt to just start swinging at you and you're dead. Unless your healers are heal-bonding you, you're just going to die. I've had that happen plenty of times, so yeah. No, not doing balancing patches, Widowmaker, and no mention of Widowmaker here. Widowmaker, once again, just makes people fall over, they just die. That's a bigger deal than Roadhog ever was. But people didn't bitch about Widowmaker, they bitched about Roadhog.
With the current state of the game, we're not looking at doing balance changes until our mid-season patch. We made some big changes to the matchmaker this season. The primary goal was to optimize the pairing of players to minimize the MMR difference within a specific role.
I don't think that works.
For example, when making matches,
some roles matter a lot more than other roles, such as your tank.
On each team being closer in skill than we do for the DPS players,
and it will change how certain players play
with tank players on the other team. This has worked, and matches have a much tighter skill delta between players of the same role.
That doesn't matter. Like, so if you have tanks that are diamond and you have all the other players in the match that are GMs, if the tanks don't know how to position themselves or how to work properly, you're just going to get shit all over. And if you go far enough down the skill tree, let's say platinums, where you have plat tanks, if you have a tank that's a plat and another tank that's plat, they could be completely different in terms of skill level. You have no fucking idea. Same thing with healers. If you have certain healers, they're going to be their ability. Let's say you have plat healers in a GM lobby with GM DPS and GM tanks, and the GM tank and the GM DPS are not going to be able to adjust to the healers. You go, oh, they're right. You know, like, the DPS or the support doesn't matter what they're playing against. We've talked about this before. When you play Pharah, for instance, you can't get healed properly. You will not get healed properly if you have someone that's playing Ana and they can't aim, because they sometimes won't even try to heal you. At certain levels, they won't try at all. And I mean, at some levels you could say, you just have to change how you play and balance around it. Sometimes you don't notice this shit until it's too late and you're fucked. And they'll be playing their Kiriko or their Ana or whatever that they normally play in, which works at lower tiers, but it doesn't work at higher tiers. And then your expectation out of certain characters to do certain things that you depend on will change. And you go, just adapt to having a diamond tank. The game doesn't really just straight out tell you, and if the profile is private, you probably won't be able to figure that out. Yeah, so, you have a Reinhardt that would normally raise his shield and block a Diva Bomb that is now running away because he's a plat Reinhardt. He's running away, or he does something stupid and it gets him killed. You normally depend on this person to save the team. Now you can't depend on him to save the team. And as such, I very much think that, it sounds good. It's mirror balancing sounds great and everything because it's a plat tank on one side, it's a plat tank on another side. At the end of the day, in reality, it's not really the way stats work out because the interactions are more complicated than just having two like things on both sides. You just go, then if this guy misses the Diva Bomb, then obviously this plat is going to miss the Diva Bomb, right? Where consistently GM Reinhardts will be able to deal with the Diva Bomb properly. At plat, you might have one guy that can and one guy that can't. And that's the difference between having a reliable character that you know is going to do something so you can make predictions and pushes based off certain information that will be built into your hand. Schemas, stuff that you've learned as you play with higher tier players that'll be built into your mind as far as advantages you can take and where you can go and how basically much you can push will be different because they don't have the same sort of slop they're going to clean up. You can't depend on the healers. There's certain places and certain times when you play Pharah, for instance, where you can't depend on your healer and you have to self-heal. And you don't know that until you basically get fucked by it. And sometimes they will heal you, sometimes you won't. You get a GM Ana, she'll fucking hit like almost all her shots on you, and you can usually depend on her to save your life. And you're like, holy shit, this is a great healer. And you get a Plant Ana, and she just doesn't heal you at all because it infuriates her whenever she misses a shot on you, so she just won't try. Yeah, and you go, oh, that never happened. That definitely happens. You just get healers that refuse to heal you because you have to aim up, and it's difficult for them. So while this sounds great and everything from a balancing perspective, because mirror balancing is the ultimate form of balance, right? Just have equal things on both sides. It's not, and I would say this is not helpful to the game, and I think it's actually a mistake doing this. The game should be balanced across. The way it was before was they didn't even have what they said in the DPS blog, or the not DPS, the MMR blog too, that they had, it was balanced, the game was balanced across the roles, like across everyone, but it wasn't balanced within the roles. So within the roles it's now balanced, but at the same time it's still not balanced across everything, right? Not everyone's GM, where before they'd have GM or plat or whatever the range was, right? It would be across the entire team, and you'd have a plat Ana and a GM Ana on one team, right? That's obviously less balanced than this now. But the fact is, before, like in Overwatch 1, you used to have everyone was GM, right? Everyone would be on the same playing field. And now it's not. I don't know if it's because they're lacking players or because they will just want to stick out their dick and start a trend. But as I mentioned before, it very much feels like the MMR system in Overwatch 2 is new, and or there's new developers, and they think they could do a better job. And they're basically just trying to make a pissing contest with Overwatch 1 Matchmaker, which was, in my opinion, pretty good. And it seems an awful lot like they're just doing a really horrible job with it. So, yeah.
There have been some other positive effects to these changes. In ranked, queue times have dropped, and for high skill matches, they've dropped significantly. Average match quality has also risen.
Yeah, because you don't need to have all 5 players be GM, right? Yeah, this is the end result is faster match times, and I guess this is what you get. And hey, look, we can now have 2-minute queues. But at the end of the day, you're not having GM matches anymore. It's like, who's going to get are you going to win with the RNG plat, or is the other team going to win with the RNG plat? Because the further down the tree you get, the further down the skill level you get, the less reliable people are going to be. So, yeah, as with any sort of compromises in the restrictiveness of the matchmaker, you're going to have faster queue times. Sure.
There have been some other positive effects to these changes. In ranked, queue times have dropped, and for high skill matches, they've dropped significantly. Average match quality has also risen across the board. Also, matches with longer queue times are typically of a higher quality now than they were previously. Previously, the longer a player waited, the looser our restrictions on the skill difference could potentially be. This is still true, but that range should be more condensed.
Yeah, I guess that's a positive effect, which is people that are on the extreme ends of the spectrum now don't get grandfathered into basically a match because they've waited for so long, which is a problem for sure. So is this better? Not necessarily. I don't think, like, how long should you wait before you get a GM match? You know, at the end of the day, this comes down to the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. So you have people that are in unpopulated regions and they get in unbalanced games. That's just the way it's going to be because you have no one around. They could offset this where they make it more restrictive once again, including, maybe they do, including interclass, I guess you could say interclass ranking, interclass balance between both sides. Maybe they do. But probably not.
However, there have been some downsides to these changes, some of them unforeseen. queue times have risen in unranked a bit, and for groups with large skill differentials, they've risen quite a bit. We've made changes here, and queue times for unranked are already moving lower. We've also heard from players that they are experiencing large win-loss streaks in-game.
Yep.
To be clear, we don't try to cause or prevent streaks based on an ideal win rate for players. We're studying these reports and will share more information when we get it.
I talked about this, and I've mentioned this back when I played Heroes of the Storm. Heroes of the Storm very much hypothesized it had a 50-50 win rate. Your character you're designed, who you are matched with, is designed to make you sit at a 50% win rate in that game. Unless you're in a pre-made, which completely throws off the matchmaker, because they can't gimp you when you're in a pre-made. They can try, but when you're in a pre-made, especially like you get a 4-man and a 5-man stack, eventually it gets to the point where they can't they don't have an option to put a ship player in with you, right? Yeah, so you can get around the forced 50% win rate. I talked about that a long time ago, and apparently now other people are talking about forced 50% win rate. Yeah, I fucking need to tweet this shit, guys. I really do. I swear to God, I'm the first person that ever pointed it out. That was like in 2018. That's a long time ago. Fuck. I don't think I pointed out. That's back before I started ingraining tweets in... ingraining basically thoughts in Twitter, so if it became big, like it would actually... I could reference back to something. Always ahead of the curve. No, you didn't. I know. All you have to go off is my word now.
The issue that we're hearing most from our players is encountering people from vastly different skill levels in their ranked games. Prior to Season 3, the worst 5% of Grandmaster level matches would have players 7 divisions apart, the equivalent of Gold 3 to Silver 5.
That was...
When we initially shipped 2.3, this leaped to 12 divisions apart or greater. We have made numerous changes since then, and are making changes almost daily, and this has now been reduced to 9 divisions. We have additional changes planned for the mid-season patch that should improve this further.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Talk to you all soon, and I'll see you in-game.
Yeah, no. I don't know what they're doing with their matchmaker, but this clearly is not correct, because there are a lot of anecdotes here that there are people with weird games where they're oodles of ranks apart, and it makes no sense. So they have a forced limit somewhere. They have variables that are wandering around, and they can't nail them down, which is kind of funny in and of itself. So either they're lying to us, or they think this is actually fixed when it's still broken. We talked about this during the MMR bit. By the way, I do think this is a great flavor. This should actually be around. I had to hunt for this shit. This definitely should be around for longer. It's pretty good. But it can't, because there's Peeps in the name now, so they could have made a marshmallow-flavored soda that wasn't Peeps, and then kept it around, but now they probably have to pay royalties at Peeps, so they're obviously not going to keep it around. Just like Baja Blast, they generally don't sell in the stores, because they basically have an agreement with Taco Bell, and as such, it's their drink. The closest thing you can get is Shark Bite, and Shark Bite's pretty good. They made their own kind of generic Baja Blast. It's still pretty good in its own way. Okay. Yeah, just kind of wrapping this up, guys. I don't think they completely understand their stats. Like the Torborn and Symmetra thing's pretty straightforward, right? You have turrets that aim for you, and all of a sudden it increases the win rate of the character because you're playing with people that basically can't aim. They're worse than bots, is what it turns into. Yeah. There's no addressing Widowmaker here, which can just make people fall over, and I think she's a much bigger threat than Fatty ever was, or Roadhog ever was. I think Roadhog is over nerfed as well. Yeah. And also, I wish they would redo the stat board and get rid of things like Deaths, for instance, that don't really have much meaning in the game. Deaths, assists, and mitigated damage don't really have any place, and then add things like killing blows, limbs are now assists, and as well as total damage received, which obviously would be very high for tanks, but it'd be a telling number, because tanks can survive and then get healed for even more. They can heal themselves, right? Which matters a lot, because your potential damage soak, which includes mitigated damage too. Mitigated damage should also include, for instance, things like the amount. This seems more carbonated than normal. The amount of damage you otherwise would have taken with the damage reduction effect. And I don't think it does. In MMOs, it does. For instance, if you have armor reduction and it reduces your damage by 40%, that means you are eating an additional 40% damage, which actually really matters. And I don't think the game takes into account. Once again, overall damage really matters. They used to have it in HOTS and they removed it because apparently tanks were misusing that stat. Because obviously you're a good tank with damage. Total damage received makes you a good tank, right? Which it can, but also can be misused, just like damage done can be misused and healing done can be misused. We just talked earlier about how you can self-heal as a healer and it shows up in your stats. So you can potentially roll around the map and just self-heal a lot, and it actually is deceptive because it seems like you're healing a lot when you're just healing yourself. Which, I mean, at the end of the day, does represent damage soak, but some characters can damage soak a lot better than you can just by eating random numbers. Okay. We're going to turn this into a highlight. Yeah, there's some things here that definitely don't seem to completely understand, and some things are I kind of agree with. Tanks, I think, are in a pretty good spot. Honestly, still think that 2 tanks should be a thing, and I don't like the 5v5 system. That's not going to change, though, probably until Overwatch 3. I think that's one of those things that they thought is a core game design, and they're proud of it, or some stupid shit like that, so it's not going to change. It's a pissing contest for them, so that's not going to change at all. Let's keep going here. I'm going to have to wait a little bit for this to buffer. Let's take a look at the rest of Reddit's. Oh, let's take a look at the comments, too. Before we depart. Only 9 divisions sounds ridiculous. I can't even believe they typed that and thought it sounded okay. What a joke. I'd agree with that. 9 divisions is like GM and Masters, isn't it? I only play quick play in Overwatch 2, so I'm playing and often see players on the other team that are GM in top 500 titles. Sure, there are going to be some gray area different with roles. Wide range group still feels wrong. I also see them. I think that has a lot to do with them having the fucked up system where they said that their outward-facing rank isn't the same as the internal matchmaker rank. Once again, I don't really understand why that's a thing. Your title should definitely reflect your internal matchmaker MMR, and it doesn't for some reason. Once again, band-aided systems from Overwatch 1 and 2. I'm not sure. I think in unranked modes, especially, it's tricky. They could restrict groups based on SR, similar to rank, but then run into problems with what happens if the never played account before. You just always use, it's just always an MMR system in the background. That's easy. People are ranked even when they aren't in comp. They're playing ranked even when they aren't ranked. Yesterday I had a game with Plats and Bronzes, utterly bizarre. He doesn't say what rank he is. You're telling me that consistent data of Grandmaster 1 playing against Diamond 3. Yeah, the 12 divisions apart. How the fuck did they ever consider reduction to 9 entire divisions an improvement? Like I said, I'm pretty sure Overwatch 2 is a completely new MMR system, and they kind of fucked the pooch with it, and they're trying to fix the issue. It's basically like 0.5. It's basically like season 0.5 before the matchmaker ever took off. The matchmaker, the MMR system only got good in like season 2 and 3 in Overwatch. And I peaked in season 3-ish, 3-4. They're trying to reduce queue times at all costs. I guess bad mage. Matchmaking, less players leave than waiting 10 minutes for a match. Yeah. And the only time this should actually happen is people that are at the bleeding edges of the spectrum, which will be bronze and top 500. So, I don't know. That's once again, needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. I wouldn't say that this is actually working. I don't think they need to prioritize match queue time. When people are at the opposite end of the spectrum, everyone's going to be in the middle of the distribution, and like plat or gold and plat and diamond maybe. Majority of players are going to be in the middle of the distribution, very easy to find matches for, and you're only going to encounter long queue times at the bleeding at the edges. And once again, on the low end, you could sacrifice. On the low end, you can sacrifice. How constrained it is, because it doesn't really matter. Once again, lower 50% of the player base doesn't really fucking matter. Top end, you can't sacrifice at all, because those guys really need other top 500 players to play with them. They need to have those players to play with. And that really fucking matters. So, once again, they don't really completely understand what they're doing, and even if they're sacrificing consistency in a match between ranks. They don't need to do it at the low end, they only need to do it, or they don't need to do that at the high end, they only need to do it at the low end. Because the low end's going to care about queue times because they're just playing for fun, and at the high end, they really need to have consistent matches. So, like, this doesn't need to be enforced across the board, and at the same time, I don't think it's an answer for even both tail ends. I think it's only an answer for the lower tail end, which is bronze and silvers, which is where people are going to... I think they said the majority of players place in silver or something, like silver 1 or something, the high end. But game developers don't really understand that. Kind of interesting. I'm happy to wait a few minutes, but I definitely wouldn't wait 10 minutes. I don't envy the job. Yeah, you wouldn't be waiting 10 minutes if you're in gold or bronze or gold or plat. So, regardless of you thinking that, you're not a 10-minute wait. 10-minute queue times are for people that are in top 500 in GM. I feel like the real issue is lack of a mirror. You talked about mirror balancing. Wouldn't mind having a bronze tank if the enemy had one too. I guess if there's 12 divisions of difference, that's a lot of fucking difference. They said they're doing mirror balancing though. Yeah. We were told that Season 3 had the exact thing, but the community sentiment seems inconsistent. Yeah, we talked about the anecdotes, which seem to be still floating around. So something's broken or they're lying. Still see a ton of Smurfs. We had a Diamond player in our game yesterday. A total of 4 comp games on the profile, and they destroyed the entire lobby. A lot of cheating. Is someone their bot in account comp because they're reported in quick play. Balanced, making the cheating is a huge problem in this game, just like other ones. Right now. Much cheats. Go and you'll find paid public forums. Could be a Smurf, but highly unlikely. I don't think Smurfing's a big deal. Still pretty convinced they're desperately trying to congeal their hemorrhaging player count. Yeah. TBS players waiting 100 years per match is one of the largest complaints in Overwatch 1. Loudest complaints in Overwatch 1, not largest. I mean, I guess I played during the heyday, but few times weren't really that bad. It was like 8 minutes, 6 minutes when I was in GM. Matchmaking is absolutely hiding the player base as being pretty thin. Yep. Assume that's why crossplay was made a thing too. Crossplay is not on. Crossplay only works if you're in quick play and grouped with someone on PC. And then you're pulled into PC lobbies and given aim assist on console. Open rank mode. Cassidy's the most picked hero by a huge margin, all ranks except top 500, where he's tied with Tracer, and he continues to move up. Around 30% of matches have Cassidy on both sides, and then they say, with the current state of the game, we're not looking to balance changes until mid-season patch. Yep. SR and MMR are supposed to be the same thing. ELO, SR, MMR are supposed to be the same. They're the same word for different, like the same thing, just like an SBMM. Skill-based matchmaking is obviously going to have a number in the background that's going to adjust things. Different names for the same thing. Depending on which game you're playing, we'll change the name because they call it different things. Queue times for my 5-stack went from 1 minute average to nearly 5 minute average, and just quick play to the point where we were wondering if one of us had a permanent matchmaking penalty applied. Good to know this is at least due to tweaks to the underlying matchmaking system, but it's a bit unfortunate. I don't know how new this news is, by the way. But unfortunately, large skill gaps are plagued by this. I guess you can't optimize a system for every group composition at once. Notice this too, so more than one person day ago. It's almost as if they have an inflated win rate due to them having a low pick rate. What? That's not how win rates, they're percent. That's not how percents work. Or turret characters perform better in where players don't have good aim. Yep, we talked about that. That makes sense. So Kiriko is one of the worst heroes in the game at the moment. You wouldn't think so by looking at the way people talk about her. She's not. Definitely not. Once again, we talked about DPS Kirikos and DPS Moiras when we covered the patch notes or the dev blog. Yeah. I would leave a comment about cheating, but this is a day old. We aren't going to get any engagement, so it's not worth doing. Okay, moving along. We'll add this to our float. Why this matchmaking approach sucks.
Player will be paired with one player of the opposite team. If you're Plat 1 support, the other team will at least have one other Plat 1 support. There will still be sometimes matches with large range of differently skilled players, but in these cases, the teams will be more like mirror images of each other. So this is trying to say if you're GM, you might get diamonds on your team, but like the diamond on your team is also a diamond on the other team. The game changes a lot when you have players that are like very, very low rank in comparison because the speed of the game is different. I'm playing GM tank. I'm expected that I'm playing with GM supports. They understand the tempo I'm playing at. A whole game of tank is getting away with as much as you can. You need to find the limit of you can get away with as much as you can without dying. If I can't tell the difference between one game I have a GM support and the next game I have diamond supports, it's going to be very, very hard for me able to gauge what the pacing of.
This guy has played Overwatch for years, by the way, and I basically covered the same thing and more when we covered the dev blog. Always ahead of the curve, guys. Yeah, I didn't stream Overwatch for the last 5 years of my life. I streamed Overwatch for a year and a half when it first came out, and now we've been on Overwatch again for maybe another half a year, and covered more than, I believe this is Flats, covered more than Flats has, and the same topic that Flats has in different wording and better wording in my case. Always ahead of the curve, guys. We'll add that to the upload too. Here every day, almost every day. Here every day, guys, almost every day. 1,600 upvotes. I'll take that. Got Flame for 0 kills as mercy. Yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. Overwatch needs a melee-based DPS hero. That's basically Genji. And I believe they talked about that when the game first came out, where you're either melee, just like in any game, by the way, melee is either it is too much of a joke, meaning you just slash a sword and people die, which is basically what Genji is, or it is too complicated, like For Honor, in which case you have to learn an entire system with blocks, parries, and dodges and shit like that in order to effectively play melee. And when you have melee characters, it ruins it, where with aim and with damage fall off, it can imply skill. With melee characters, you go like this, and they're in cleave range, and it does that, right? Yeah. There's a reason they don't exist. Metric could potentially be one, like we talked about in the patch notes. Okay. AMD Reddits, guys. Undervolding. Leaks, yep. Which one's upvoted more? More comments here. I think I'm just going to copy paste my Twitter response to this. not going to take time to type out a new one. Talking about uploaded Windows installs again. All right. Let's make an upload now. Should be updated.
Displays lingo.
Yeah. We'll get Charles here to read to us about Overwatch. A container. Defined, by the way. I'm not right.
Season 3 balance and the matchmaking.
Feels like the MMR system in Overwatch 2 is new, or there's new developers, and they think they could do a better job, and they're basically just trying to make a pissing contest with Overwatch 1 matchmaker, which was, in my opinion, pretty good. And it seems an awful lot like they're just doing a really horrible job with it. So, yeah.
There have been some other positive effects to these changes. In ranked, queue times have dropped, and for high skill matches, they've dropped significantly. Average match quality has also risen.
Yeah, because you don't need to have all 5 players be GM, right? Yeah, this is the end result is faster match times, and I guess this is what you get. And hey, look, we can now have 2-minute queues. But at the end of the day, you're not having GM matches anymore. It's like, who's going to get are you going to win with the RNG plat, or is the other team going to win with the RNG plat? Because the further down the tree you get, the further down the skill level you get, the less reliable people are going to be. So, yeah, as with any sort of compromises in the restrictiveness of the matchmaker, you're going to have faster queue times. Sure.
There have been some other positive
anecdotes by this matchmaking.
I was just trying to say, if you're GM, you might get diabetes.
It's ahead of the curve guy. We'll add that to the upload too. Here every day, almost every day. Here every day, guys, almost every day. You guys. Good. What's up, bro? What's up? We're doing some Overwatch here. I'll just cover the dev blog. Found a little AI while spectating cheers in Overwatch. I bet you did. Good clickbait. Anything with AI in it. Not here yet. Only found one container, guys. I was gonna buy like 6 and only found 1. Wonder if gas stations have it. Is there any way of checking what gas stations have in stock? I think so. Can I actually go to the store stock? Quick Trip would be like the only store I'd expect it to have. No. No. No, it's just merch and gift cards. Where the fuck is my video, guys? Where is it? What's it doing? Now we must wait. Yeah? I bought one 2 years ago, a year ago, 2 years ago. Oh, I didn't export it, did I? Exports are almost instant now, at least for my channel. I love when random videos start playing. Anyways, I bought a AMD laptop because it's one of the only laptops that had 8 cores in it. It's a 5800X, which I think is a 3800X. This is $1,000. It's really cheap. I tried to get a better video card in it, but I'd have to pay an extra $500 for it, and I wasn't going to do that. It's pre-built from Lenovo. It's pretty good. Very good value, in my opinion. What I got. Very happy with it. Right. Mainly was looking for a high-end processor. Recorded February 26th. Podcast came to... What is it? Is there analysis tag? Let's look. Analysis. Analytics. Two. 120. 2.3... 4, 20. Highlights. Gaming. Overwatch. Overwatch 2. Podcasts. Game dev. Analysis. Yeah. Push at the subscribers. Cut. Ready. Done and done. Making content, guys. Getting those one view. Getting that one view. Gotta get it. Gotta get it, guys. Okay. I was running a Pi years ago. I changed off that to OSMC, or a Vero. I believe this was called Vero 4K. Because I was having problems with it. Mainly because there's a moving baseline as far as what Pi supported, and then Flash, by the way, gets corrupted. Yeah, that's something they don't tell you, but the SD card will get corrupted and over time, and it'll go to shit. That's just the way it is. Yeah. And then the hardware got flaky and the power supply got flaky. I was like, fuck, I wanted to throw the thing in the trash. Actually, I think I threw it in the trash because it eventually just broke. And I bought a Vero 4K. And it basically functions an awful lot like a standalone Raspberry Pi. It runs OSMC on it, which is pretty good, but I use it for playing videos locally. Well, I mean, you could just get if you just want to stream something to a device, you could just get a Chromecast. So, Chromecasts are like $30. I got the OSMC device because I wanted a local device that plays content and constantly gets updated. And OSMC does that, or Vero does that. With set-top boxes, you're oftentimes looking at something that's a one and done, meaning they'll limit support to it and they won't continually update it. So I'd say it's easier like you're either going to have to get a Fire Stick or something like that, or just straight up get, I'd get a Vero, but that's me. Vero 4K, yeah. Very good device. I have the first gen one. The second gen one I think has better Wi-Fi and decoding capabilities. It does support H.265, which is something I was looking for. And I think the new one supports AV1 and H.266. But I think my device might still be able to play it. I haven't tried, though. So it's particularly for people that have a lot of home content. Home content, you know? Yeah, all those family videos you made and recorded in Havoc, or Heavy, otherwise known as H.265. Yeah, all those. Yep. All that amateur porn. Yep. It's more expensive, otherwise I'd just get a Chromecast. I believe there's a plugin to play files locally. Or stream it to like a web browser. But that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to have a separate like computer that I didn't want to build a computer for, because that's obviously much more expensive. Building a computer is much more expensive. Especially if you want to make it small and tiny like a little device. Compared to 7950X to 7950X 3D with hubs numbers. See how VQL cache works. Forming works. Numbers. This is a rumor. Means. So interesting, Watch Dogs is being broken and unsalvageable as it finds its only hope in CPU cache. Am I going to play Atomic Heart? It looked fun. I probably wanted to play that more than Hogwarts, by the way. But there's a lot of people playing it right now, so probably not normally. It looked interesting, though. It looks like kind of like a Bethesda game, in my opinion. I'd actually be more likely to play Atomic Heart than I would be to play the Harry Potter game. I'm also not a real big Harry Potter fan. Like, I'm into fantasy and sci-fi, but Harry Potter's just another universe, so yeah. I watched all the movies when they're in theaters, except for like a couple, I think. 2. There's a lot of movies, like 9. It's a lot of Harry Potter. And kids aren't generally very good at acting, by the way, so it makes it worse. Luckily, the production value and just kind of the whole allure surrounding it and the source material is very good, so. DVD Reddit, guys. I actually think having to sit and spend 2 million blood points with no automated systems was a boring thing in the game. Yep. I talked about that when I streamed the game, and I said that even if you're willing to take a hit on blood points, people would probably just dump them. Like, push a button to dump, like, all their blood points are just random choices. You don't really even have the option to pick stuff anymore. It's just random tiers now. Can't make meaningful choices until you are tier or level 40 to 50, and that's like quarter your time. If that, at 50 your time, you're in the blood web. don't care about my blood web points. Or my prestige level. Okay. Alright, guys. We're going to be doing some Overwatch 2 here. Kind of late. That'll happen. As I mentioned, last couple days had quite a bit of shit happening. So. On late to begin with. Okay. I have to use the bathroom, guys, before we get started here. I will be right back in 1 moment. Yeah. I'll be right back, guys. 1 second. Alrighty, kids. Desktop spring cleaning! What are you doing? Look, I'll clean my icons just for you. Oh my god, look, they're all gone! I deleted them just for Supro. Wow, that's amazing! Isn't it amazing, guys? Look at that shit. Wow. All my icons are gone. Just deleted them all, just for Supro live on Twitch TV. Because he's been here so long. Oh, I undeleted them. They're all back. Oh no. Overwatch. I know you get in-game rewards for this. I don't know how. You have to buy it. Is it actually a game you buy? That was a promotional thing. Actually a game? Should be on top if it is. Just a meme? Maybe you play it in-game? More interested in the free shit you get with it. S2G mean. Logistics. Swear to God. Oh my God. Maybe it's an arcade thing. Maybe it's gone already? Play on the web. Web game. For some reason, I Googled Overwatch and it didn't bring anything up. Okay. Worth playing. Card, icon, and intro. Bro. I want to sit through this as like a generic Japanese e-game. Kind of. I mean, depends on how long this game is. Why are there only 2 options? Okay. 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 Question is whether or not I actually have to click anything. Yeah. Yep, stuff and things are happening. My guess is, so, like, I'm just picking random answers here, and unlike an actual dating game, I don't think it actually matters what you pick. It's just who you pick. There might be something else going on here, because there's 4 rewards, so there's probably 4 different routes that you have to go through. At the end of the day, it probably doesn't matter what you pick. This is a game someone created in their free time, so... You might need to be logged in. Fuck! Aww. 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 Yeah. Members. I thought I'd show a passcode. Integration. I think I have to restart. It's a highlight intro, isn't it?
Piece of cake.
Icon title and highlight intro and granted. Oh, 48 hours. Lover watch rewards. Genji's piece, Hanzo, Cupid icon title, intro. February 28th. Interesting, Hanzo's Cupid skin is available in-game and can only be purchased in store for exchange for coins. Of course. That's how they make all their money. I guess. Do... Get the highlight intro from Hanzo. Oh my god, we're gay now. Oh my god, that's not what we want to do. Ah. Oh my god, it's Genji. We're dating Genji, guys. Can I spacebar through it? No, get through the screen. Can I just play this with numbers too? No. You gotta click, guys. Totally reading the text right now, guys. 100% dating Genji. I was curious why he's brandishing his sword so much in a social situation, but, you know, we aren't going to judge. Oh my god, different area. I thought they're just going to reuse the background from the last area. Hey! Where's our Genji? Where's our Genji intro?
Hey YouTube, what's going on?
Hi. This was mad fun to play and experience.
Seems like you could use some Cupid path.
There's something that prevents you from, clicking through too fast? I mean, we did pretty fast on Mercy. No, we bricked her save. They're all the same now. Actually, saying how much I care is the thing here, guys. I think I've given the shits that I wanted to give to this. Okay, bye. We didn't get the Genji intro or outro, island intro. Fun. Next game. Yep, that was all the shits I was willing to give to that, guys, which was very minimal. So. Oh, let's see. So last time we played, guys, we had the most cheaters I've ever fucking seen in the game over the course of the night. Obviously, we're on late, and we're doing the doodly doos, so we'll get a couple games in here. See.
Strike from above.
Strike you from above. Or below, which would you like? Alrighty. Looks like they're getting shit on by cheaters. We'll see. Knife from the side pretty soon. Oh. Oh. What the fuck are my teammates doing? What the fuck is they're walking right next to the Baptiste and no one gives a shit? Like literally just had to fucking wait for them to shoot him. And no one did. Holy fucking shit. And he survived too. Fucking Lucio's on speed. Christ. Put something fresh in your mom's oven. Oh my god. Some brownies. Hey, look. Hey, look, their entire team's trying to kill me now. Weird. Weird guys. Meanwhile, our monkey wasn't doing anything. Good. This is a fairly interesting distribution of players. 3. That's supposed to be for him and the Anna.
I don't want to talk about it. Time to let off some steam. I don't think so.
Okay. Also, Baptiste seems very accurate if you guys aren't getting that, by the way. Aha. That's the Widow. Huh.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Fucking Christ. Huh. Pretty sure we got some cheaters in here, guys, but we don't have enough time to look at this. Obviously not the Winston. Good. Good shit. Both hit.
Excellent teamwork.
Yep. He doesn't fucking miss at all. Pretty sure Baptiste is cheating. You just train fucking Bouncy Castle? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, like all he's doing is hopping over the walls and hitting him with every shot. The fuck is that shit?
Returning to battle.
Very annoying. It's like fucking tracers. New day. Alrighty. And that's this guy. And also didn't miss, but maybe only a handful of times she shot me. Next game. And that I'm pretty confident on based on what we saw there, but possibly not. We only had a limited time there, so. Good, good, good.
Strike from above. Establishing area position.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Wonder who Muscle Mommy was gonna play. No idea. Can't be Junker Queen. Or Zarya, actually. Take that back. There's also Zarya.
Strike from above.
Stay close. I can't hear you if you stray.
If you ever need help, just fly to me, Angela.
Ah, my hero. You're like a knight in flying armor.
That's what I'm going for.
Mercy, be ready for Nano.
Just one more mission.
They're making small talk. Are they having fun? There's no fun allowed in Overwatch.
Good kitty. Good kitty. 5, 4,
Probably means Anna's cheating.
1.
I will not waste
Attack
this opportunity.
commence.
Increasing
Capture objective A.
Oh yeah, I just shot through him. Yeah. I don't know why Mei walled off the enemy from us, but... And 2 tapped. Huh.
Always more to learn.
Yeah.
Repositioning.
Stop lagging about and get over here.
Here you're clomping around. Yep. And that was basically a 2 tap again. I'm pretty sure his shot hit the wall. First one didn't register. Didn't hit the wall.
Show 'em some air power.
Well, what do you think the chances are we got a toggler again, guys? I love togglers. Toggle, toggle, toggle. Toggle, toggle, toggle. Yep, he hits every shot now. Definitely a toggler. Good for us, guys. Was it like in the train cars when he toggled on? Yeah, he's literally just fucking killing everyone. Kill him? Yes, he did.
You weren't watching the skies.
Buddy. Find ourselves a cheating McCree. There he is. See if other people figure out he is the threat.
I see an enemy. On the move.
Like, it doesn't even matter. Like, if you hold them back, like, it doesn't even matter if the rest, because the rest of your team's gonna die. So if you go over there, the hope is that you can get the card up there before your team dies. But if they just die, then there's no point in actually being there in the first place. Yeah. Got. Good ult, dude. Yes, he is very accurate. What the fuck was that? Not very good. "100% cheating McCree." He threw, I think he threw his flashbang at me over the wall, thinking it'd actually like latch onto me or something. That's crazy. Fucking hate when that bugs out. Yeah. Not sure why you do that. Hold on, protect you from that. Yeah. Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Yeah, just sitting next to the healer. Don't worry about it. No. Cool. Fuck off, McCree. Bye. Okay, McCree. You're doing God's work over there. Like, he wants us to go over there and try and duel him while he guns us down while we approach his position. All we have to do is just ignore him, basically. And here we are by their base. Pre-respawn? Nope, he's somewhere. Doing something. I guess he's playing with the Reaper right now. Huh. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, that McCree is 100% cheating, by the way. That McCree was 150% cheating.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
That's like... It's like 500% cheating there. That guy is like a bronze with a cheat. It's crazy. Very, very blatant cheater. I don't know if it was a targeted cheat or if it was... or if that was on everyone. I didn't look at scores at the end of the match. What? No! Hell, you gotta be fucking shitting me. Of all things. That wasn't meant for me either. The fuck was that? It wasn't even the Doomfist that killed me. Claim the cooldown to the roof. No. And headshot. Again, maybe that was meant for me, because he's cheating. Good. Like, he didn't even see what he's shooting at on the second to last kill. When I thought the Doomfist killed me. God, it's fucking reloading. You go for him because I was reloading?
The skies await.
Enemy spotted. Tango spotted.
So the Hanzo is now playing Tracer. Anna's shooting at me now. That's McCree, I believe. That looks interesting. Good. Plus, Gnarly is the Hanzo. Pretty sure Goose is the Hanzo. Aim feels so fucking squirrely. Part of it's obviously... Good. I have hurt my thumb, guys. Makes it very difficult to aim properly because I have to put pressure on my thumb and I can't. There's the Me Too, Farah. Someone was up there, I didn't know it was a Farah. This is actually pretty hard on my thumb. I hope I can still play games. Band-Aid, guys. It's right on the side of my thumb, so when my mouse is on the ground like here, I apply pressure and it's right here on the edge of my finger. Oh my god, it's me. Also didn't have the most kills on the team or damage. Good. Only your teammate killed everyone. I mean, that could totally be why I have a tough time with control. Mm-hmm. Next game.
Now entering King's Row. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Mm-hmm. Feels more responsive, but it feels more difficult to aim properly right now.
Strike from above. Taking off. No one's a natural. serious. Just a few ghosts I'm laying to rest. It's nothing to worry about.
I always worry, Anna. But I trust you are doing what is right.
Is she? Isn't Anna like a terrorist? Freedom fighter, I mean. Oh.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Wanted. I want arrow. Thank you. Away from dying. I don't know where our other healer is. We got two. Baptiste somewhere.
Returning to battle. Aerial positioning underway.
Huh? You didn't wait for cooldowns or anything, and it wasn't pointed out. Widow. Pretty sure we aren't going to get the point. It's feeling that way. Good.
Shake it off. Administered.
Mainly whatever the fuck our Baptiste is. I seem to be the only one pushing up. Surprise.
Much better.
Huh?
Securing the objective.
I need healing before we die, which is possibly gonna happen here. Yep, Anna knows I'm one shot for some reason, which she also knew before when I was one shot. Yeah. So possibly voice comms again, but I should have been healed up, right? You'd assume that after that amount of time I would have gotten healed by now. Oh look, they're pointing me out now. Okay. I get the first one. Okay. Hoping it's far enough around the corner where I could do that without DPS down. Almost. Oh. Good. I guess we got a DPS Baptiste. No misses. Good.
Okay, my head's in.
Pretty sure Widow has not missed me at all.
Establishing aerial position.
Don't think the payload's going to push itself. Greetings.
Isaiah. Close your eyes. I select the target.
Dispersing. Enemy over here. Aerial positioning underway.
Alright.
Move with me. Enemy here.
Get ready for
Outfoxed.
Dynamic difficulty adjustment is giving me free hits. It's feeling sorry for me, guys. He's not at 40% accuracy. Let's make more shots hit. Oh, okay, Blizzard. Alright. Definitely feels that way sometimes. Oh, Baptiste tried to heal me. I see. Like I said, it feels like my mouse has acceleration on right now, and that's obnoxious.
I don't stay down.
I guess that's the best way. It definitely feels like a mouse accelerates.
Taking off.
Guess he's doing that to absorb damage. You saw it in a montage video. He's intentionally coming after me. So he just tried to brain the Hanzo through the ground that he couldn't see. Okay. And headshot. Do you think he exposed? Is there infra? Might be infra. There's infra. Huh.
Let's show him some air power.
Nano boost administered.
Concussive out. Aerial positioning underway.
The breeze brings relief.
Hear your fucking pitter patters. Hey, look, a headshot on the Widow again.
Always more to learn. On the move.
Huh? What the fuck is Reinhardt doing? And he died too. I'm pretty sure she cleansed it. I thought you could cleanse the charge. Maybe you cleansed it and then reapplied it? I don't understand why I fucking aimed down and doesn't go off properly. Don't miss on me. And I don't think it's missed either. This is his friends, though.
Making another approach.
That's interesting.
We can't move until the payload.
Auto cleanse. No. We're definitely getting focused. I'm pretty sure the Hanzo and the Widow are cheating. The Widow toggles on and off. The Hanzo's just been toggled on match. But you miss shots as projectiles. Good.
All
Systems nominal here. Aerial positioning administered.
Yep. It's either coordinated on voice comms or it's cheats, guys. One of the two. Like, highly coordinated on voice comms.
Returning to battle.
Moving to payload. Come with me.
On the move. Increasing altitude.
And headshot again. Alright, let's start the reports.
Soldier 76 reporting for duty.
Shake it off.
That is Hanzo.
Play of the game.
And the Widow toggles on and off, and I believe it's targeted. Good, good, good.
Tools in hand, brain in gear. Hold your thumbs, and we'll get through this all right.
Another day, another mission.
Five, four, three, two,
Yeah.
one. Attack commencing.
Payload moving, Lucio
Escorts
First game.
from above. Taking off.
It literally feels like I'm fucking, like I have...
Elimination in a second.
Okay. Literally feels like my mouse is on ice right now. The only reason we're still using the same configuration I was a couple days ago is because my accuracy got relatively good towards the end there. Like I figured something out. Maybe it just means my sensitivity's too high? I don't know.
Enemy over here. Acquired healing. The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Hmm.
Making another approach. En route. Airspace is close. I know things. Enemy here.
Feels like it's easier with this configuration. It's easier to hit direct. Maybe I just have to turn my sensitivity down. Yeah. Gonna take some practice.
Let's show him some air power. Repositioning.
Oh, it feels like it's not accurate though. Like it feels more responsive, but it also doesn't feel as accurate, like its acceleration is on or something. Gonna me too. I don't fucking know. It definitely feels fucking weird. Feels like input delay is lower. But it also feels like my aim isn't as accurate. Like it just sporadically just isn't like on where I'm aiming it. It honestly feels like there's acceleration is on right now. Not sure what the Pharah's doing. Super overextended. That's Sebastian. Looked like he was waiting for me to come around the corner. Ah, the revenge. If I can't play Pharah, he can't play Pharah. Let's see. Thought he was out of his Bastion form. Bastion form actually lasts, I think it's like 12 or 15 seconds. Yeah, I don't know how our Reaper literally just ran over their team, but here we are, guys. My accuracy is absolutely abysmal. Like, not even close. Feels that way, too. I think tomorrow we're gonna go back to HAGS. Give it a little bit more time here. Last time we streamed at the end, I was doing really fucking well. I don't know what it is, but my computer's so inconsistent, it's entirely possible that it just like maybe breaks or something. Maybe I need to try flicking more. Flicking usually depends on awful lot on your accuracy, though. Your consistency of your flicks. So if your mouse has problems with tracking, or something that's up the chain has problems with tracking along the way, you're going to lose information. It's going to cause you to miss.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Checklist complete. Running clean and hot.
I like this place. It's contemplative.
Contemplative? You're contemplative. I'll give you a contemplative. It's a hard word to say. I feel like we've been here before. My FPS, on the other hand, looks much better.
Taking off. Work as a team, everyone.
Feels so fucking icy. Monkey just ran down our Mercy. That's not good. Buddy. Jump on me. They just rezzed the Mercy. Yes, they did. Need to reload. MSI mode is a way that the computer addresses your hardware, your drivers.
Coming off the bench.
Unrelated to the MSI company. And it's turned off by default. Messing around with more tweaks. Well, I could Q here. I'm actually debating on it still. We have I don't know where the rest of our team is. Ball's in there with me. I think the monkey's pushing them back. Not sure what happened there.
I've got a few tricks. Let's show him some air power. Establishing aerial position.
Well, we gotta go in, I guess. Fuck's our ball. We aren't gonna make it. Okay. And then I just got headshot. So much for ulting, guys. So we did have enough time to wait for overtime.
Score 0-1.
You're interesting.
Locked and loaded. Who's ready to get this done?
Accuracy is looking alright again. Maybe it's after almost 4 in the morning, I guess my accuracy changes. Could also be I got used to it. Our direct hits are absolutely shit, though. Uh-huh. I think we just saved our Zen, by the way. Is Zen gonna thank us? No. Bye. Good.
Returning to battle. En route.
Cool. He's very accurate. Next to impossible, by the way, to boop a Genji. But, you know, sometimes you gotta try. Look how far off I am on my flicks, just not even close. Yeah. I saw them get booped into the corner, and that was the end of that. Yeah, that was a perfect spot for an ult. And that's why I'll hang on to it for an entire fucking round sometimes. Because the difference between that and then... I know you want to swing. I know. Almost. That guy is very accurate, by the way. The soldier is. And you might be cheating. You just saw him accidentally start shooting at the Lucio while he was very, very, very evidently tracing me. Did he just go ADD at the second? What happened? Like, I didn't go to line of sight. His cursor looked like he got closer to the Lucio, though. Yeah, I think he's cheating. Was that round 2? That was round 2. Also pretty good. Mainly trying to kill their tank, but I'll take a DPS too. Very certain this guy's cheating. Like, his aim's kind of bouncy a little bit, but it's generally on target.
Always more to learn. On the move.
And the big... I thought it was relatively normal up until that spot where he locked into the Lucio and then just went brain dead for like 2 seconds before locking back onto me again. Genji. He's just a fucking bot over there. Sitting in the corner. It's like a rectangle, maybe a bone mesh too. I think it's a bone mesh. So, Soldier is definitely cheating. You can see, by the way, a pretty big skill difference when someone's aimbot does something completely unexpected and how long it takes them to react to them looking at the wrong target. So he snapped from me while I was sitting on point to the Lucio because after he stopped firing, his aim went to normal because it wasn't locked down anymore. And then he locked onto the Lucio, even though I was in front of him on the point still, and he was still trying to kill me, and then he snapped back to me. So obviously he knew he didn't kill me, he ran out of ammo. So, yeah, that's the Soldier is cheating. That was like what, like 2-3 seconds there, where he's just fucking 2 seconds maybe. It wasn't that long, 2 seconds and a half, where he's just on the Lucio. When obviously he wasn't trying to fucking kill Lucio. It's not like I went behind the cover or anything. Yeah, he just accidentally locked onto the Lucio. That's, you know, that's or he had a super ADD moment for some reason. Should be pretty obvious that you're reloading and I'm not dead, because I'm right in front of you. Like I wasn't behind anyone on the point. I was just sitting there on the side of the point. And he reloaded, started floating around, and got closer to the Lucio, and then locked onto the Lucio and started firing again. Crazy.
No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work.
Wallpaper change.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Okay.
1.
Increasing
Attackers
altitude.
incoming. Defend objective A.
Very accurate May. That.
Excellent teamwork.
Very accurate May. Huh. Possible auto cleanse. Very accurate May. She just walled herself out. And then she doesn't know how to drop her wall. That's interesting. Very accurate May that doesn't know how to play the character. Which is weird, because an icicle is a very specific type of projectile that you have to learn how to use. She seems really fucking good at it. So, high probability the May's cheating, because she's terrible at her character, but it is very accurate with her icicle gun. Oh, that's not a good sign. May again. Love it. Nice. All huddled down there like fishing barrel guys. Now my action is pretty good, so it could be that there's just a warm-up period where this feels really fucking weird, but in the end it's actually better. We're just gonna leave him. Very certain she's cheating. She's absolutely terrible at her character, but she hits every fucking shot. This is definitely a character. This is an example like a bronze player that just has an aimbot that's really... And it's not, by the way, her icicle is not that easy to use, so it's not like, oh, it's just an easy mode, you know, like you're fucking mercy beaming someone or something. Yeah, that's a pretty big skill difference there. I don't normally report solely based on the difference of accuracy versus character, but that's... yeah. That guy's definitely cheating. May is on Soldier now? Assistant. That is Soldier 76 is the May. Tank's gone. Yeah, that's really good. Now she can't res the tank. Good healers. Mainly that Kiriko. Actually, both of them are pretty good. They're very good healers. I hope it's that fish in the barrel. It should be the fish in the barrel, guys. If it's not, I'm going to be disappointed. It is. That is beautiful. Oh, that's one of the few actual good pot Gs right there, guys. Holy shit. That was actually good. But it showed a Q. Yeah, and I cleaned up their entire fucking team. But it showed a Q. Yeah, it's better than just seeing like random Mercy affirmative action pot Gs where she's not doing anything. And she pulls out her pistol and hits someone once and then heals someone that's hurt. Don't say that. I like more diversity in my pot Gs. Yeah, no. I like pot Gs that actually matter. So cheating May. May. That's pretty straightforward. That guy walled himself out. Doesn't look like he's using his abilities. Didn't know how to use his Q. And ran around randomly and died without using his abilities. That guy's definitely cheating. There's no way he's that good at fucking Maze Icicles where he's just hitting me in the air constantly as Pharah. And then doesn't know how to use his abilities or kit. Not that you can't be really good at May, because I've seen good Maze, and I am a good May. But that was, yeah. That's probably not the hardest, but that's one of the more difficult projectile weapons to actually use in the game. It's her Icicle. You can get consistent with it, more so than Torbjorn's Rivet Gun, but, yeah. That was, yeah. And then Soldier was also very accurate too, but he wasn't very good in general, so it didn't matter that much. Next game.
Welcome to Blizzard. Prepare to attack. Select your
Uh-huh. Happy Satsang, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Good.
I pulled them together, you blow them up. I'm not waiting. I'm going to blow them up right away.
Wow. Her just wants to blow her load.
Together, then you blow them up especially.
Wants to get called slur by the end of this match. Is he going to toggle on? That's a Zen. Cheeky fucks like that usually means the guy's an aimbot. Let's find out. Which currency is this? Is this the paid currency or is this the legacy currency? Given the yellow color, you'd assume it's the paid currency. Hey, buddy. Die. We're alive. I took an arrow to the knee. He is very accurate. Yeah. He has to use his healing circle, he gives them to you. That's actually kind of curious. It would be interesting if there was a... like some of the... I don't know, maybe that's an interesting change you should imply where you can actually heal enemies. I mean, it can be used to grief your team, right? But just like with team damage, it makes you wonder if it would be a good change for the team. Like, things... something with like, you healed your teammate. What are you doing? It would be interesting. So, like, the benefit of team damage and let's say healing, enemy fire healing. Friendly fire is a thing. Would be enemy heal fire. Would be that it penalizes things where you're very accurate, right? That Anna is very accurate. Yeah. God, Zarya. Buddy, I couldn't get under in time. Now we're doing pretty good. Good for us. She thinks I was actually trying to shoot her? I was shooting out the railing so I could boop her. I think she actually thought I was shooting her. That's always unfortunate. I hate when that happens, when there's a misunderstanding between what you're doing and what's happening on the screen, because they don't really understand that all the railings were disappearing around them. And they think I was just missing a shitload of shots on them. That? No, we missed. I need to go after the DPS and stop with the tank. Sometimes it's interesting to see how fast I can kill a tank or help with the tanks, but sure, it's definitely better used at killing DPS or supports than trying to shred a tank.
Okay, my head's in the game. En route.
I don't know why I can't consistently hit my E anymore to save myself. Oh. I don't have a Q. And I think she was looking to see if I had my ult up. There he is. Alright, bye. Okay, oh, I'm dead.
Shake it off.
That's not what I want. No! I thought you have to direct it and then punch it. Hey guys, don't shoot me, please. Mercy. I really could use a fucking heal. How the fuck has no one shot me? Why is it so laggy all of a sudden? Fucking Christ, the fuck is that? What the fuck's going on? Something happened in the background.
Making another approach. Increasing altitude.
Mercy was healing everyone except me, guys. I said at 30 health, and no one shot at me for like 30 seconds. That's incredible. Like, the moment they touch me, if they're in a pre-mid, they'd immediately know that I had 30 health. This soldier is getting accurate. Good. By the way, that pushing back with Farrah's concussive is actually very devastating to people running away. There we go, Mercy. Did we get healed by the Zen? I don't think we did. Sorry. Killed someone with an ult. By the way, the gotcha, the role reversal where you kill someone with an ult, therefore it's amazing, yeah, is not as good as someone that actually kills a bunch of people with their ult. I'm just going to point that out. You might be preventing a shitload of damage. You don't know. You don't know. You could say something to the amount of damage you are preventing when an ult's going off, though. So, I don't think potential damage is a good metric for predictive PUBG. Hey, look, you shut down someone's ult. You know how many times I've been shut down in my ult? Quite a bit. Quite a bit. All right, guys, I'm out here for the evening. That's probably one of our more normal games tonight. I guess our accuracy got better towards the end, so maybe it's just the ice feeling might be I just have to get used to it, because this is so different than HAGS on. So it might be I just have to get used to these used to this, because my accuracy, this is pretty good. What really, really matters, though, is my ability to hit direct shots, and that will be the difference between people getting through and me actually want to see upper teens, not 20s. 20s would be really. Hey guys, I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2. Hopefully, I'll be on earlier. And well, actually, we weren't on that late tonight. We just had a lot to cover. So, covered the patch notes or the dev vlog for the update. If you guys are curious about that, it's highlighted on Twitch. Otherwise, you can check it out on the YouTube channel if you're curious about that. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed the May acting like she's a seasoned professional on May while simultaneously not knowing her abilities, make sure to follow button in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., guys. The usual shenanigans, but yeah. Alrighty, guys. It was a blast. Pretty good. Hopefully, we'll play some more games tomorrow and less podcast. Normally, podcast does not last. It's like 2.5 hours, but that's just the way it is. I didn't know that Overwatch had patch notes that came out or a dev blog that came out that we had to cover. So, you gotta make the content too. So, but alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you have a wonderfully fantastic Saturday night and Sunday morning. Have a good day, guys.